Yes. But showing that we're streaming up there. It's good because I'm talking because I want to hear myself talking.
That without a couple council members. Okay, all right. Carter, any meeting follow-up information that we need to go over?
I don't think so.
Does anybody have any follow-ups for anything? No. All right, Carter, take us away.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here tonight. Appreciate that you're all buckled in for a long discussion, but you know, I want you to feel comfortable that as we go through this information that you can ask whatever questions you'd like and whatever additional information you need, because that's why we're here. We're here to help you understand the broad context of the budget and what it is that ultimately I hope you'll approve in the second meeting in June, which means that once we're at that point, we're pretty much at a point of no return as far as passing the budget goes. So tonight is meant to give you these broad insights, ask questions, but the reality is you have a review period starting tonight up until that second business meeting in June, which is the third Tuesday in June. We're going to be discussing this evening a budget of $183 million, which, as you probably recall, is less than what it is that you passed back in fiscal year 25. That $183 million, nearly $184 million is representative of all the expenses that we have throughout the entire organization. I'd like to give a shout out to the folks who are here tonight, all of the staff that you see here behind you. All of them had a hand in putting together this battery of information. The budget that you've been reviewing actually over the last several days. And I can tell you that without their input and without their work and so on, not only would the budget not be completed, but it wouldn't be completed in the reasonable and responsible manner that you have likely picked up on. And so my appreciation to staff. They put a lot of work into this thing. Thank you. A lot of work into the budget, and we've tried to make the hard work seem easy as it relates to passing what's in front of you tonight. Just so you're aware, I would represent to you that aside from capital type expenses and so on, the budget is well within the means that you have authorized in terms of expenses and revenues and so on that you would otherwise consider. So I would tell you that we are balanced. We're living within our means as it relates to the proposal you have in front of you, and we are not using reserves. We're not unnecessarily growing reserves. In my estimation, with respect to all the variables that I would think are important to you, that you have expressed are important to you, we've tried to stay within. I do think, though, that it would be important to talk about the rules of canon, if you will, that we try to follow as it relates to preparing the budget. I know I've had a few meetings, particularly since the new year started, wherein a lot of those cardinal rules, if you will, pertaining to budget design and so on have been challenged and questioned and those kinds of things, not necessarily by any of you, but with regard to a lot of folks that I talked to or heard from and those kinds of things. And so maybe to set the table for tonight's discussion, I could go over that with you a little bit. And I'd like to start that with discussing on very broad strokes the revenue that we work with. You all know that we generally work with revenue that we can anticipate having every year. I call it perennial revenue, operational revenue, the revenue that is in the form of like sales taxes or rate-based revenue. Those are revenues that are very predictable, very plannable, or at least reliable in the sense that we can anticipate getting installments every year. The less perennial and maybe not as widely reliable from a year-to-year existence are those what we call one-time revenues that we try to balance against the series of one-time expenses that we have from time to time. Usually that's in the form of capital. We use capital expenses and capital dollars matched up against each other, balanced against each other. Oftentimes it also includes non-capital kinds of expenses like, computers or things that don't quite rise to the level of capital, but nonetheless are more one-time in their nature than they are current liabilities and so forth, like salaries and paying the light bills and so on might be. So that rule that we try to follow is we don't plot one-time revenue against ongoing current expenses and liabilities. That's really important from our perspective to follow, and hopefully from your perspective as well, in that to me it's a good measure of actually living within our means. If we're trying to balance the budget on money that we know is going away next year, for example, to me, that doesn't feel like a real responsible means of budget planning and budget design. Okay, so that is our first cardinal rule that I wanted to talk to you about tonight. The second one that I wanted to go over with you is with regard to moving into the next slide, please, Peter. Thank you. Is that of the cross-pollination that some have talked about as it relates to the water fund, for example, or the sewer fund, for example, and its relationship with the general fund. We don't use water fund revenue to balance the general fund, as I think we've talked about from time to time. We try to keep those business operations balanced against the expenses and obligations that they have. Again, the water fund, in order to provide for the services that the water fund provides in its utility. The sewer fund is another good example. Sanitation is another good example. While we may have from time to time 1% money going into some of those, generally speaking, they are all fairly independent in their operation and in their relationship. Outside of a couple few related expenses that we call the administrative allocation. Typically speaking, what that means is if indeed the water fund and the sewer fund and so on were expected to provide their own HR department and their own attorney and their own board of directors and that kind of thing, they would have no need to share some of the expenses that is incurred in the general fund on their behalf. So instead of doing that, the water fund and the sewer fund, and again, so on, share parts and portions of the expenses related to HR, the expenses related to the attorney, and myself and finance and so on, so they don't have to replicate those services within each of the business enterprises. So outside of that, unrelated expenses, as the statute that is being cited there indicates, we really don't have the flexibility of using water revenue to balance the general fund at council's whim. In my opinion, statute just doesn't allow for that. Furthermore, I think it's really interesting that statute actually recognizes GAAP, the generally accepted accounting principles, as the standard by which cities and towns ought to design their budgets. And so when we talk about things like the water fund being an independent business entity and so on, it's because GAAP recognizes that as the best business practice and would recommend that as over and above what the statute suggests as a good way to design a local government budget. And we follow that. Contrary to what some have suggested, we really don't violate or go astray from what you're seeing in front of you right now. It's sort of a cardinal rule, okay? Another cardinal rule that we try to stick to is with respect to the way in which we use reserves. There's been a lot of conversation as well over whether or not the city of Casper is too well apportioned as it relates to the dollars that are tied up in reserves. You can see that, for example, one of the reserves that we cite here is the $17 million that's set apart in the general fund. That $17 million is predicated upon 120 days worth of operating expenses for the general fund and the services it hosts to operate for that 120 days. That too ties back to GAAP principles that are kind of an industry standard and recommendation. And we really haven't veered from that since the time that you passed that policy that requires every fund, every budget that we bring to you, have that set aside put together. Okay, there's a number of reserves like that, however, a number of restricted balances and so on that I'd like to have you have by way of future reference, if we could. Do we have those handouts? I don't have them in front of me. Yes, there we go. Okay, you already have them. Wonderful, wonderful. So there is the list. Thank you. That is the list, if you will. Is that mine? Okay. Thank you. Sorry. That's okay. That is the list of restricted accounts, reserves that, in my estimation, and with regard to planning and design principles of the budget you have in front of you, are what I would call inviolate, or in other words, we really don't touch. Just a few examples. You see some on the screen, and you have, of course, the exhaustive list in front of you there. A good example would be, well, you see the general fund 120-day figure under reserves there, the first entry. Just about $17 million there. Another example would be the wastewater treatment fund. That is based on a 90-day operating reserve, but there's also a capital reserve that represents a year's worth of depreciation, which is also a standard, generally accepted accounting principle that is important for us to observe. Some of the smaller ones include the opioid settlement money. You all know that that money is tied up very tightly with respect to directives from the settlement that that class action lawsuit of which the city was a party can be used for. Therefore, we don't try to use that $1.2 million, anything outside of, number one, what the settlement dictates, and number two, the agreement that you have with the county in terms of fueling that committee effort that is underway right now. And of course, some of you are actually a part of. Another good example would be with respect to that sinking fund. If you notice in the restrict obligations category, that sinking fund is actually the statutorily mandated fund that the city has to set up to cover its portion of making sure that Fire Fund A remains solvent, as we have a number of members that are in that fund still, that retirement fund. So that 4.5 represents our commitment to that annual payment to the state and, of course, to that fund. So as you can see, this obligated and reserve category of funding really amounts to just about $96–97 million of funds that are tied up or are set apart for very specific purposes. You'll also probably notice, however, that the overall figure that we have in terms of cash on hand is $214 million. So when you take out that $96 million of funds that are tightly obligated either by policy or other obligation, you have roughly $118 million that is in abeyance for some reason or purpose. I would tell you that that represents the effort that we take to adhere to the next cardinal rule, if you will, as it relates to cash on hand for capital ventures. A few years ago, I would say maybe 5 or so years ago, council gave me the direction to fund capital based on cash that we would have on hand to fuel the respective capital agenda. So for example, when we bring forward a recommendation to build the landfill cell, whatever number that cell is, it escapes me right now, the next landfill cell, you can be assured that the money that we will use to build that cell will be money that we've saved over time through the rate model and so forth to make that construction happen. Okay? When we bring a road project to you that needs to be, reconstructed or whatever, you can be assured that by virtue of these funds that you see here on the bottom line, that street project will be able to be constructed because that couple $1 million or whatever that figure is on hand and available to make that project happen. This little analysis breaks down some of the conversation that's been occurring in the current fiscal year as it relates to what is now a $327 million budget that the city is working with for fiscal year 25, the current fiscal year that we're in. Council will recall that the original capital budget that we submitted a year ago today, not today, maybe this month, a year ago, included a $45.9 million capital agenda as a part of the $193 million, I think it was, that we were asking for in terms of overall budget. Since that time, however, council has been willing to amend said budget in order to roll over $100 million, just over $100 million in capital budgets that were in some form of completion. Some of those projects were close to getting done in the previous fiscal year, but needed to be rolled over in terms of that respective spending authority to the current fiscal year. Some of those projects are just getting started, and some of those projects are in the middle of being completed. Nonetheless, right now, particularly when you include the $10 million that are going on with regional water, staff is working on with some degree of commitment throughout that capital continuum of about $154 million worth of work, $156 million worth of work. At some stage of completion, some stage of involvement between the city and the 10 million out of regional water, we have our hands, staff has their hands in that level of capital activity. By virtue of some of the meetings that we just recently had and some of the approvals that you've just very recently given us the green light for, you can expect that in fiscal year 26, at the very, very least, on top of the $0.6 million that we're asking for in FY26, if the state agrees and if we can get the funding that we're pursuing, we're going to have at least another 40 that we're going to be bringing forward in the form of utility work that needs to be completed in the next fiscal year and beyond as well. So oftentimes when these kinds of numbers are being discussed and talked about and so on, the context is really what it is that you see here, how we've broken it down, basically, in regards to what the current fiscal year will look like and what likely the next fiscal year will look like. It is primarily relegated to the deployment of capital. Okay? And by the way, just so you're aware, we're asking for $183 million of budget authority for fiscal year 26. I just mentioned that last fiscal year, we were somewhere closer to the neighborhood of 193 and 95 million. The reality is the general fund, as it makes up a portion of that budget, obviously, is in the neighborhood of $56.1 million that we're asking for your blessing to move forward with, which is about 1% less than the general fund we will be concluding here in just a few short weeks for fiscal year 25, which we anticipate being in the neighborhood of $56.7 million by the time we wrap up our final accounting for the fiscal year we're in right now. So from that standpoint, the general fund as well is actually a smaller proposal, albeit not by much. Talking about 1% variance maybe in terms of in what we're looking for your blessing for. Any questions with respect to what we have covered thus far before we go into the breakdown of the general fund?
Question for Carter? Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Carter. This is super helpful. I've been wanting something like this in the past few days for some of the interactions I've had with constituents, so thank you.
You bet.
My question is, I guess, where does this 118 million that's not captured in these obligations, these reserves, some portion of that is going to be the capital budget for the next year, because like you said, it's cash on hand capital budget, which was, I don't know what our capital budget is this year.
We're asking for $27.6 million.
Okay, so the 27 will come out of here as well. I guess my question is, where does the other 91 million live?
There's a variety of places that funding is going to be seen, if you will. As you know, we try to save up capital dollars from the current portion of the 1 cent 17 phase that we are preparing for. I would suggest that moving into this next fiscal year, you're going to spend somewhere in the neighborhood of $12 to $15 million. A part of that 118 million will be relegated to our little savings account to get ready for the next 1% proposition capital agenda that you will see as we move through the fiscal year and so forth. Another example would be the cash that we're trying to build up, as I mentioned earlier, in the bill fill fund in order to build landfill cells and in order to close landfill cells. You'll see here in a few minutes, there's a balance of cash in that fund as well that, you know, we're trying to scrape together in order to bring to you a proposal to both close and open landfill cells. When it comes to equipment, rolling stock that we're waiting for delivery, as you know, there's been a lot of lead time associated with many of those pieces of equipment. That cash is tied up as well in some of these dollars here as we wait for those pieces of equipment to be delivered. So there is a variety and sundry of locations that you will find the total makeup of this $118 million that is being held in abeyance or being reserved for capital endeavors that we've tried to get completed.
Thank you. That makes sense. Except I guess from my perspective, this 118 million is not necessarily available to spend. I mean, I guess it require us parsing what that definition is, because it sounds like a lot of it is already allocated to spend and has yet to be spent. A lot of it's based on our cash-based capital budget, so maybe we have it to spend, but we already have a plan to spend it. So I guess I've gotten some questions from people, especially in the past week, asking about reserves. And in my opinion, 90-day operating reserve for our utility accounts, it's a reserve technically, but agreed, it's an obligation. We shouldn't touch it to abide by kind of general accounting principles. Same with our general fund, our 4-month operating reserve. Like that to me is not necessarily a reserve because it should be ironclad and we shouldn't touch it. To me, when people ask about what are the city's reserves, really like the perpetual care fund is really one of the only ones that I can think of that is like, in my opinion, a true reserve in the sense that it's money that we just kind of have socked away and use the interest revenue to help supplement the rest of our budget. And so I guess it would be helpful for me to know, beyond what we have as the corpus of the perpetual care fund, what else, is that really the only like honeypot we have as far as like just a corpus or amount of money just kind of sitting there that is not planned to be allocated, that we're simply just living off the interest revenue. Does that make sense? So I don't know if I found where I was going with that, or if it was just me meandering aloud, but.
Well, and I would say the short answer is yes. You're hitting on the right points in my mind. Perpetual care is one that councils before you have set apart so that an interest revenue income source could be generated over time to help offset the needs that a lot of your 1% buildings can be benefited by. And we're going to go through that in a lot more detail here. That figure is about $920,000 as far as interest income is concerned from perpetual care. The Opportunity Fund, not listed on this sheet, but indeed with respect to the $5 million that sits in the Opportunity Fund, 3.2 of it, you all know, is set aside for the ice arena. And while it doesn't show up to the point of being a restricted amount of money because it doesn't quite meet that accounting standard for being included on this list, I feel very comfortable that you have committed that $3.2 million at least until the end of this calendar year. So there's a variety of things like that you're right, may not have shown up on this list, but indeed have dog ears associated to them and purposes in order to get projects done and continue moving forward. Because of that cash on hand doctrine that I think is extremely prudent policy to follow.
Sounds good.
Does that help?
It does,
Okay.
and I'm sure more light will be shed as we work through these slides.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, look at that figure in yellow right there. The general fund has currently an unobligated fund balance of $5.5 million, which I would suggest would be a part of that 118 as well. Okay, that $5.5 million is as yet unspoken for and is a residual balance in the general fund. Okay, you have used a balance like this in the past to do things like pay for jail costs that at one point in time were just totally high and unexpectedly so. We have sacked this balance in order to come up with the balance of that unanticipated increase. By the way, I don't see that happening over the next year. So that's another insight that you'll come upon as you look through the budget. However, as you balance the revenues against the general fund, you know, that has a potential to add to that cash balance if in fact expenses are less than what you see here in the revenue that we're potentially going to expect in the general fund over the next fiscal year. That typically doesn't happen. We don't usually have that benefit of revenues being higher than expenses, but we also work extremely hard to make sure that expenses don't exceed revenues either in the general fund, because as you know, the general fund is a very vulnerable fund for us. Why is that? It's because 70% of the revenues that come into this fund are not controlled by you. They are controlled by other governments, the state and the county in particular. And so you really only have policy direction over roughly 30% of the revenues that come into the general fund. As a government entity, as a legislator for the city of Casper, you only get say of about 30% of the revenues that come into the general fund. And so that's why I call it one of your more vulnerable budgeting points, if you will, because you're kind of a subject to what happens at the state level, what happens at the county level, not a destiny you really get to control. As you can see in this breakout, a lot of the sale, well, let's talk about sales taxes here for a second, and then we'll get back to some of the revenue strategies that we have otherwise here. Sales taxes is a big part of what it is that the general fund utilizes for its operations. we are suggesting a sales tax revenue stream of $24.5 million over the next fiscal year. You will probably note in your budget book that we are expecting to close the fiscal year having received somewhere in the neighborhood of 25.7, if I remember correctly, as far as the general fund is concerned in sales taxes. In my estimation, that is certainly a very conservative approach to take. I'm going to double check myself here, because I don't like to be wrong. 24.7, I'm sorry. 24.7 is what we're anticipating closing the current fiscal year at with respect to the sales tax revenue. If you compare what it is that we're projecting, 24.5, to that particular figure, that's about 1% less than where we think we're going to close the year out at. You will notice in the budget narrative when you get the chance to go through it, and by the way, I have some hard copies here for those of you who would like a hard copy to scribble in and so forth as we go through this, if you'd like. I don't have one for everybody because I assume not everybody wants a hard copy, but feel free and grab one if you would prefer. The approach to sales taxes this year is decidedly conservative, and some may argue maybe too conservative or whatever. My view is, and it's certainly staff's view, that we are anticipating a much more conservative approach as it relates to the next year and what we think sales tax will do. And as you can see here, with respect to what we've done in recent years. However, I would suggest that trying to build a growth factor into this highly elastic revenue source, which also happens to be your largest revenue source, in the general fund. By the way, high elasticity with your largest revenue source is not a great mix, but that is how I would characterize sales taxes. Excuse me. Hence the reason I like to be pretty conservative. As you can see here, the dash line is what it is that we're proposing for fiscal year 26, as you follow it across the grid. And the red line is what it is that we thought the budget would do, and the green line is what is happening now. Oh, excuse me, I got that backwards. The green line is what we thought the budget would do, and the red line is what's happening now. You can see some variation with respect to where the red line falls in relation to the green line. You've seen those sales tax charts throughout the year as well. We're trying to be right in the middle of the road, as it were, with regard to what we budgeted, where we think we're going to come out on an actual basis. And again, to be emphatic, purposefully, really not trying to build any growth into this rather volatile revenue stream. So the bottom line is, if we get 24.5, which I think we will, by this time next year, I will feel really good about what we've done. To give you a feel as it relates to where we're at now in the current fiscal year 25, we have about a $480,000 margin. And as I said to some of you before, a $480,000 margin for a 24.2 originally proposed budget revenue stream does not bring me a lot of comfort that we've that we should feel comfortable and not worry that this isn't going to come in where we budgeted. $480,000 is not a real big margin, in my opinion, for a revenue stream of this size. So I'm reluctant and apprehensive to really try to bet the future on making sure we can move forward. Now, the reason that I'm trying to be emphatic about this is because some have suggested that, the growth in sales tax revenue should be adequate to cover what it is that we've lost in property tax revenue for this same fund. Two revenue streams work with each other in this fund. And I would tell you, I don't have that level of confidence. I don't feel good that would be the case. And I do think that the measures we've taken to adjust for the loss in property taxes are appropriate. And I don't think you have room in sales taxes to try to make that up. As I've mentioned before, however, I do think investment income has come to the aid of this fund, and in the case of those losses. I also would say that gambling revenue tends to exhibit a lot less elasticity than sales tax revenue. And so you can feel relatively comfortable that gambling revenue is going to be stronger because gaming seems to be performing very well. As a matter of fact, you'll notice both in the narrative and in the budget book itself, we think that that will be about 22% better. I just wish it were a larger portion of the general fund so we could, you know, have a little bit more of a balancing opportunity there. But 22% is something I certainly feel good about, even though this is a small portion of the revenue portfolio. Moving on to talk about sales taxes, unless there are other questions.
Any questions up to now? Nope.
Okay. I think it would help too to look at the history with respect to sales taxes. I don't think we need to worry about going backwards either from a sales tax perspective. If you look at the history here, the history of sales taxes over the last 10 years is decidedly positive as far as the overall trajectory is concerned. Certainly, as you can see, and as I was talking about volatility a little earlier, even though the trajectory is positive, we can take pretty aggressive swings from month to month. And that's what causes a person like me to be skeptical about where we go in a year's worth of receipts. There is volatility, although I'm super happy to see that the trajectory is very positive over time. Looking further, you will probably be well served to understand a couple of observations here as it relates to this breakdown of the history for our county in particular. The last boom that we had, if you will, so to speak, was back in 2014. And we are comparing our last audited budget to the receipts that we had from roughly 10 years ago, back in fiscal year 14. And you can see some interesting differences here. If you'll notice, retail trade back in 14 was 35% of the sales tax base for our county. Now it's 47%, which I would rather see mining and energy be a stronger piece of the pie, so to speak. But as the chart indicates, now it only represents 7% of the sales tax base. I think if the legislature were to, you know, adjust the exemptions that are associated with this industry, that would improve. But for now, for Natrona County, 7% is decidedly small, and in my opinion, uncomfortably so. I wish it were greater, like some of the other counties have. Although we all know that the energy industry does fluctuate as well. We've seen that as residents of this state. So I think the differences from a historical perspective are very interesting and gives you at least some indication of what we can expect as we move forward. Retail trade tends to be fairly fickle. I don't think we get to throw gambling in there. Maybe we do. I don't know. I don't think that's the case. Gaming revenue, I don't think shows up in there. But maybe over time it'll take up a larger portion of this revenue portfolio in the county as well. I assume that'll be the case. Moving on, here we are back to that conversation with respect to the rest of your general fund revenues and what it is that you have the opportunity to persuade and influence as you imagine the general fund's future over time. This demonstrates what it is that you actually have control over pertaining to designing a general fund and its future. This represents the state-controlled taxes that you know, as an organization we are a part of, and what it is that, of course, comes forward by way of property taxes. Sales taxes is included in this, but there are other things as well. Here's a breakout of what it is that you actually get to dictate independently. And that's what you see here. Franchise fees is one of those. Interest earnings by virtue of how much you invest and where you invest it and those kinds of things. As you can see here, $3.1 million is probably an all-time high for the general fund. It certainly is within the last 20 or so years, the highest we've seen interest earnings. And it's a very welcomed trend, if you will. And then we go on, of course, to things like permitting and licenses and fines and forfeitures and those kinds of things. Those are all things that you can, manipulate, influence, and dictate in terms of the goals that we should be shooting for. But unfortunately, it doesn't amount to a whole lot of the story as it relates to the general fund overall. Okay.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Please, yes.
So you might have noticed there is food in the back there. So instead of taking a break, what I thought we would do is power through. But if you want to get up and grab something, feel free to do that. Unless you guys want a break here and there. Maybe I'll just read the room and see where everybody's at. Just do that. Okay. I mean, whatever. If you want to get up, get up. If not, don't worry. Whatever you want to do. I'm wishy-washy today. Good, Carter. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. Going back to the general fund overall, expenditures are, of course, something we are very, very concerned about. And I think staff did a wonderful job to help us come into what it is that we could expect with respect to the revenue for the general fund. As you can see, it balances out. This does anticipate the changes we need to make both from a revenue standpoint as well as the expense standpoint to make up for the property tax losses that were incurred over the last 12 to 18 months. The biggest thing that we normally talk about as it relates to expenses in this category or in the general fund in particular is with respect to personnel. We are taking a very conservative approach as it relates to personnel as well. We are not proposing raises and those kinds of things. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to move into the second phase, if you will, of the grave study, which I recall was about 1.25% that we were going to do to finish out those recommendations from January. That strategy from January. We do, however, have a few things that we're trying to accomplish. As you can see, natural progressions will be one that we are suggesting be accommodated. And that generally is along the lines of folks who are graduating from an operator 1 to an operator 2 or something of that effect when they've, completed the tests and certifications and that kind of thing. The graduation of officers to master officers and so on. Those are things we're trying to accommodate with regard to that entry of about $101,000. You are also aware that we are obligated to do steps and pension benefit improvements to the extent that you see here on the screen, both by virtue of the direction of the state and by virtue of the direction of the CBA that identifies the relationship the city has with the union. So those are what it is that we are anticipating in the budget that you have in front of you. And we've designed around, generally speaking, the general fund tends to be sort of an epicenter with respect to the bulk of the costs that you see here. Hence the reason we generally bring it up when we're talking about the general fund, because it drives a lot of the conversation year in, year out. The good news is, while we're not taking away from what it is that's in the fund balance of the general fund, we aren't adding to it either in terms of what we are expecting at this moment in time between a favorable balance of revenue or, as it were, an unfavorable balance pertaining to expenses that are higher than revenue. That we're expecting to receive. So the fact that there is no change to the cash balance in the general fund, I think is a good thing. you know, we're certainly not anticipating that we have to sock more money away either, because we're observing the policies that you have in place and the obligations that you have for the general fund as indicated up here. So all of our obligations are being met. Revenue is sufficient to cover the expenses that we have in the general fund. And, you know, the large and short of it is we're living within our means and not having to depend on outside sources to make it work. Okay?
Questions?
That's the general fund, ladies and gentlemen.
Any questions about the general fund? Anything that you, clarifications on?
One of the questions that we took on in the interim was with respect to, you know, this type of supposition, if you will. That indeed, you know, because values went up and windfalls were received and so forth, that we really didn't lose anything by way of trying to absorb or make adjustments for the $1.8 million in property tax losses. We wanted to tackle that for just a minute here. The fact is, we do believe that legitimate revenue was lost and legitimate spending power was forfeited as it relates to the cuts that the legislature incorporated over the last two sessions, by the way, not just the current session. If you look back to 2017, the property tax revenue that we were slated to receive, or that we budgeted for, or that we actually received, I should say, was $4.2 million. And the beauty that property tax has historically been for the city has been, you know, that of stability and super dependability. So when we got that $4.2 million estimate at the beginning of the fiscal year, we could generally rely that that figure was not going to change. It certainly wasn't going to go down. And in some cases where energy production was much more aggressive, in times it actually went up. But historically, property tax has been very, very reliable and dependable as an entry into the revenue portfolio that we could budget for. Over time, and when applied to the actual MCI, which is the municipal cost of doing business, the MCI is sort of the government version of the CPI. You see here that it had some increase and expected value that we could anticipate for property tax. The reality is property tax did go up higher than that, however, represented by this bullet point here. The bullet point that you see at the roughly $6 million demarcation on the grid. We were told back at the beginning of fiscal year 25, during our routine work with the assessor's office, at $6.2 million right here was what we could rely upon to build our budget around for fiscal year 25. So when we came to you a year ago, that was the figure that we quoted to you as being something that we could anticipate. And before last year got complete, had no real reason to expect that that figure would change. Now, by the time October rolled around and so forth, you can see where the red line actually came in at. We were told that energy production was such that it actually dropped us from 6.2 to 5.9 million roughly. And so actuals are captured with regard to the red line. And as you can see, the red line actually dropped pursuant to changes that occurred not only with regard to the current legislative session, but last legislative session as well, to the extent that we have a value now of $4.3 million that we're anticipating for fiscal year 26. We're hopeful that that figure doesn't change. We all know, however, that in November, that figure could be pushed down even further. And as a matter of fact, if that proposition does pass, we're anticipating another $1.2 million hit in this revenue stream should the voters decide to pass another property tax exemption in November. So that bullet will drop from here further down, which means another reconciliation effort that we're going to have to take in the general fund to make up those differences. The benefit, please.
Go ahead.
Do you happen to know when in city history we were working with a figure closer to 3 million annual property tax, which is approximately what it would be should we see another 25% reduction?
I would say that it would have been probably in the 2015 timeframe, 2014 timeframe when we were going through a previous boom. But probably not since then.
Okay, thank you.
The value of this analysis gives you a feel for what the government's cost of doing business is relative to this particular revenue stream. In this analysis, we are suggesting an MCI of 36%. Is that what you're saying, Pete? From 2017 until now, which would have put us here. Again, relative to our costs of doing business in this particular revenue category to what it is that we're seeing here now and what potentially may occur in November, if, again, that initiative passes. So the disparity between the cost of doing business and what it is that has been foisted upon cities and towns in Wyoming by virtue of the actions of the legislature is demonstrated by this gap. Okay, we'll go through another crosscut of how this looks later on, but this is just one example of what the reality of this proposal looks like. Another criticism that the city's received is with regard to the notion that the changes in property tax is actually more of a potentially an economic development tool in terms of putting more money back into the economy and creating spending and additional economy and so forth. We decided to look at that idea with the math that the statutes dictate and see what that proves out as far as actual numbers are concerned. Moving into the chart that comes as a result of that, if you would, if every resident in the county received the $70 benefit per month, that would roughly equate to $840 a year in savings for the county, or for the city, I should say, excuse me, for the city. When you compare that against the exemptions that are currently in place, meaning groceries and pharmaceuticals and that kind of thing for the typical private consumer, we believe that that amounts to about $17 per resident per year in terms of actual sales tax revenue. When you compare that to the share that the city gets pursuant to the existing statute, that means that the city will receive in direct cash benefit being added to the city's pool of sales tax dollars, a figure of about $7.43 per residence per year.
Which is less than 840.
Yes, yes, most certainly.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Thank you. The assumption is also that they spend 100% of their savings in a retail capacity as opposed to doing other things. That's if they spend every single dollar.
Correct. And if everybody gets the same benefit too of $70 a month, and not everybody will, of course, but.
Amber.
Related to that, the figure that we're using, $70 a month, what would the property value for that homeowner be to receive $70 a month benefit?
The property value would have to be $500,000. So clearly, this represents a best case scenario, right? I mean, yes.
Got it.
It will certainly vary from the scenario we're presenting here. Unfortunately, it probably won't be better than what we're presenting here. but it's one slice at how it probably looks. Okay. Okay, moving on. Let's talk about capital before we go into the enterprises and those kinds of things and go through their various worksheets and whatnot, if you don't mind. This is how the proposal for the fiscal year 26 budget works out as far as the ways in which the dollars are proposed to be spent. We talked about this in much greater detail back in March, I believe it was, when we brought the proposed capital agenda forward. And that was very, very helpful to have sort of wrapped up, if you will, prior to now, because we knew what to apply to the budget in order to, get to where we're presenting everything for you in a complete sort of balanced approach. Back up real quick. This has the possibility of changing if indeed the grants that we're pursuing and the loans that we're pursuing on the utility side all come to pass. Because as I mentioned earlier, the prospect of achieving another $40 million in projects, if we're approved, will add to this dynamic. The same would be said for other grants that we're trying to pursue. You recall that we're trying to get another LWCF grant to invest in Washington Park in concert with the work that the band shell is undertaking over the next year. So that too, albeit on a much smaller basis, would change the mix, as you see here, and certainly the figure that is attached there in yellow. The other dynamic that will likely alter what you see here in yellow as well, this figure right here, would be that of what we roll forward in terms of spending authority we need to continue from the current fiscal year, even the previous fiscal year, to hopefully get done in FY26, if not before then. So as you know, that also dramatically impacts, or has at least historically, the figure there in yellow. Okay.
So, how close, if we're successful on the 40 million from the state, how close does that put us to our borrowing authority under state statute on the total cap?
That's a good question, and we've talked a lot about that internally, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to defer to either Tom or Jill to walk us through that in detail, if you would like. No, okay. That's fine.
I mean, are we 20 million away or 100 million away?
The good news is that we are comfortably within our limits. We really aren't going to be pushing that envelope. And so I don't have a proposal that says, okay, if you do this, we can no longer pursue other avenues of financing to get things done. Particularly because when you're talking about revenue bonding, for example, the likes of which we really haven't done as an organization or as a community or whatever, that does not count against that debt capacity, which is good news, because that's a real typical avenue that many cities and towns across the country pursue, because you got a revenue built into, say, the wastewater system or the water system and so on. Okay. So I am not at the point of having to say, okay, keep in mind, we're going to be right up against our limits if we go this direction, because we're not there yet. Okay. Good question. I appreciate that.
Carl.
Thanks, Mayor. Carter, are we going to walk through each of these pie slices further in the presentation, or is this the opportunity, if we wanted to talk about any one of those, to bring it up?
I would say let's talk about it now. That's right, because we did not anticipate additional slides for breaking down all these numbers, given that we'd come off of this discussion in March. But if there are questions, I'd love to go through it in some detail, and we have a lot of backup here to help us with that conversation,
Perfect.
which is why they're here, so.
Perfect. Yeah, would hate to waste the opportunity. So I guess one of the things I noticed in the citywide budget that we have in our packet for the meeting this evening is we had on page 49, it says, let me make sure to get there. So it says that our proposed budget for streets is 3.6 million, but our capital budget is 6 million. Do you mind helping me reconcile those two, I don't know how to make sense of the two different figures. How do they relate to each other?
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks.
Tom, do you want to come up and try to help us with that, or what? Who would you want to punt this to? This is where we play Stump a Chump, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Mayor, councilors, it's my pleasure to be the first chump up here. So. And I don't know exactly which projects got put into that $6 million. I know we had $4 million in Pure Streets projects that were roughly budgeted this year. Do you know anything else that actually went in the capital project to make that $6 million number?
Street projects? No, just the that were listed. 14th Street.
Yeah, all those projects that were individually listed were, again, that right around the $4 million number, but I don't know what made up that $6 million total figure for capital projects. And I apologize for not being able to answer that, but I know.
Looks like Alex is going to bring you a lifeline. I'm all grateful for.
Mayor, councilors, I think part of those costs, and I know that I provided some to you, Tom, there's some water and sewer in those costs for the entire amount of the project. So to answer your question, Councilor, I think those were the entire project amounts that were put in there. So a portion of that is streets and another portion is utilities.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. So here's kind of my thinking behind the question. So I know when I first got on council, it must have been 1 cent 16. They had allocated $3.7 million annually for streets. And then our last 1 cent cycle, 1 cent 17, we had fought to increase that to, I believe it was 5.25 annually. And so at the time we had Andrew Beamer on as our public works director. We did our 2019 streets assessment that said we need to be about $6 to $7 million. And so for myself, I just want to make sure that what we are planning for this next fiscal year, and then also when the 1 cent comes up for discussion again, I think it's next year. I need to know, like, where are we at? I'm guessing that 6 to 7 that we got from the 2019 streets assessment, I'm guessing based on all the other inflationary figures we're seeing, it's probably closer to 8 or 9 million. And so I really want to make sure we get as close to like $8 or $9 million in overall annual streets funding. And I don't know where we're at. I just don't know how to know if we're on track with that or not. Based on like the 3.2 figure in the packet, the 6 million in the capital budget. So I guess whatever staff can do to help me know where we're at as far as trying to reach that, $6 to $7 million figure in 2020, 2021 figures, I would like to be there. So
there's a couple things that go into play. Number one, we've looked at redoing that assessment that we had done in 2019. We don't have that in the budget this year, do we?
No, we did not.
We did not. We looked at that. We didn't include it in the budget because of some of the challenges, and because it's a fairly expensive analysis to do. I think it's important to realize that non-capital street work that's going on right now that the street department is doing. I can remember last year it was Blackmore. This year there's another street. This year it's Coughlin Street. The street we have.
Ash Street.
And Ash Street, where we're doing significant mill and overlay projects. And those are not identified as capital projects. Those are repair and maintenance projects. So we've gone in this past year and done, we didn't do Clonmel, wasn't that correct?
No,
We did 4, some of them were kind of super blocks of streets, Blackmore Road. This next year, we're gonna do the rest of Blackmore. We're gonna do Kaufman and Ash. And those are significant projects where we really extend the life of that pavement. They go in and do a very moderate mill and then probably a full 2-inch overlay over that street. So it extends the life and enhances that street. And I know really when I travel around and look at the streets and the condition of the streets, I think we've done a great job of catching up on the arterials. The second component that we're doing, which is we have a couple more LEDs that are coming forward. One over here by NCHS, one we just completed by Westridge, which is an avenue for taking care of pavement problems in the smaller residential streets. You know, because it's really challenging to go in if we wanted to completely repave an area. It's very, very challenging to go in there with just city money. And so those LEDs are a good way for people to invest in that. We've also extended the LEDs, something fairly new, to downtown for the alleys, where we have the alley issues. We've got money in there for the alleys this year just to do the design. But the plan is to then execute an LED in those downtown areas to pave for repaving those alleys that are very challenging. So to me, the capital picture doesn't provide the whole lens with which we're the resources and effort that we're putting into those streets. And was some pushback, as maybe some of you heard, from some of the local contractors, but we've made it very clear, we're having quarterly meetings with them. We made it very clear that when we do mill and overlay projects on streets, we consider those maintenance. They don't show up on our capital budget. We consider those as being maintenance. And when we presented that to them, we didn't get a bunch of pushback, because it saves the city a lot of money when we can go over and mill and overlay a street with their own resources. We had to pay an outside consultant to design those, and we'd have to have all the construction inspection and monitoring to make sure the milling's done right, and then construction inspection monitoring. As it is, Casey's crews can take a challenging 2-block section of the street, mill it, overlay it, and make sure it's very functional. And again, I encourage you to drive Blackmore Road. You know, that road is in very good shape now compared to the condition that it was getting in. And that's maintenance money, not capital money.
Thank you. Could I do one?
Yeah, hold on one second. Carter wanted to jump in.
Yeah, let me just add if I could. The other thing too is to be certain of, by the time we are done with this cycle, we will evaluate what the resolution has directed us to do. And we will reconcile the work that we have done over that past 4 years against what it is that the resolution directed staff to take on.
Make sure we hit all the targets.
Exactly. And so I wouldn't get too worried at this point in time, now that we're in the middle of the cycle, that we may not be hitting our targets, because indeed we can only do so many projects in a particular point of the cycle. And furthermore, we do try to use some of these funds for the larger equipment purchases as well, that we tried to make known from the beginning also that we had on our docket. So a couple of factors there. I'm convinced that by the time we're done with the 1 cent 17 cycle, we'll be able to demonstrate very clearly how in fact we did $20 million worth, for example, of street work over the past cycle, or that we have lined up to complete.
Thank you. So my quick follow-up is, for me to, have a figure like that we're putting forth towards streets, is it safe for me to combine the 6 million capital plus the 3.2 million? I understand there's some utilities baked in there, but are we doing close to like $9 million in streets related projects? Or is there overlap between what we have designated as capital and what we have budgeted in our streets? Is there any overlap there, or is it a combination of the two that make up our streets work? I guess is my question.
Mayor, Councilor, it's a combination of the two. Because to me, if you really were being completely truthful and honest, $6 million is just not complete street work. Right now in K Street, we're digging water lines, we're digging sewer lines, we're doing work that truly isn't street. Does that work ultimately make a better subgrade for the street? Yes, but I don't think you can lump all that together in and truly say streets work. In general, you can look at how much asphalt we buy in the streets fund. I don't have that committed to memory, but you can multiply that by about a factor of 2. And that's asphalt pavement that's going down on roadways. Now there's some of that comes out for pothole palooza and potholes, but in general, the lion's share of that is for overlay. And just the cost of asphalt, when you take an overlay on the street, the asphalt makes up about 50% of the cost of the street. So again, the cost for the asphalt, happen to know what the asphalt is?
It's about $130 a ton, so it doesn't.
I mean, what's our total budget amount?
441 is what we did.
441,000.
Yeah.
So it's about $1 million worth of paving. So in round numbers, like 4 million plus another $1 million, I would say we're putting $5 million truly into streets.
For fiscal year 26.
26.
But that may or may not be the case every single year. Some years it's going to be higher, some years it's going to be lower. But at the end of the cycle, we're going to be able to report what it is that we did with that 20 million bucks.
Because Mayor, councilors, because Brian Evans Hill Road is primarily a street paving project. There's not much utility work in that road at all.
So my colleagues know, and also city staff know, for me, one of the metrics I'm grading myself against as a counselor is when we do this next roads assessment, not this next fiscal year apparently, but maybe the one after that. To me, it's going to be a failure if that number is 59 or below. It needs to be better year over year. And so that's what I'm aiming. Like, to me, that's my #1 priority based on all the 1 cent surveys we did. Like, streets is an easy peasy. A lot of the other stuff we talk about on council is subjective. It depends on who you ask, who it's important to. Streets is a pretty universal metric of what our citizens expect of us. And so I think if we're not at least improving our street condition 1 to 2 points, we're failing somewhere. So it's for everyone to know where I'm at when we do this next assessment, whatever we budget for, whatever the makeup of it looks like, I'm aiming for that score to go up, not go down.
Mr. Mayor, and I think that's a fair point, Councilor, particularly because some of the work that we're going to be doing over the next fiscal year is going to be that of trying to assess what it is that our voting public would like to see out of the 1% or 1 cent 18, if indeed the voters renew it in November of 26. So a lot of that analysis work is going to take place in FY 26, however, in preparation for that November decision. So not only does that question need to feel good for the council, but with regard to the other priorities, that 1 cent 18 ought to be designed around. That's going to be a heavy lift in the next fiscal year. Good question. Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Guys, don't go too far, Tom.
I'm going to sit in the front row.
We may need you again.
In terms of the sources of funding, since we kind of got that segue presented to us, this is what we hope to spend over the next fiscal year pertaining to 1 cent in particular, just over $12 million. I am happy to report that it looks like we're going to collect more than that in terms of this fiscal year to be ready for what it is that we actually spend in 26. That, oh, by the way, adds to what many would characterize as an imbalance with respect to the overall budget. Because if you'll remember, last year, we had an imbalance of what I would consider a favorable imbalance of revenue over expenses of about $7 million. This year, we're projecting a similar outcome, about $5.6 million, because of the more favorable returns on 1 cent than what it is that we actually budgeted. So much like last year, albeit different numbers, we are going to receive more 1 cent money than we budgeted, but that's helpful because, as you know, we save up those dollars to apply to future capital agendas. And that will be the case in FY26 as well. Okay. So it's not an operational benefit. It's most definitely a capital benefit. Okay? Make sense? So for the overall budget of 183 million, we're talking about 190 million in revenue. Just to be super clear. All right? Let's talk about the local option for just a second in terms of how that share works with the state. The relationship with the state is inverted when it comes to the 5th cent. Okay? As you can see in this demonstration, the state of Wyoming takes basically a percent instead of the 69% that you would see in the base rate. And the county and all the agencies therein get the rest. As it relates to the city of Casper, pertaining to, say, $1 million spend within the county, that amounts to, at the end of the day, about $7,300 worth of 1 cent funding that we get out of that overall spend. The relationship is much more favorable when it comes to the 5th cent, but we have to share, of course, with the rest of the agencies in the county on a proportionate basis, not on a point of sale basis. And that's what that means in terms of actual 1 cent generation for the city of Casper. Okay. The spec tax is a lot more favorable for the city, and we'll go over that here in just a minute, but oh, there it is. Okay, let's talk about it. For the city of Casper, we get to keep 99% of that because it's only city of Casper businesses that are assessed that extra penny. And from a dollars and cents standpoint, that means $9,900 out of that $1 million spend that penny generates. 99% of that penny generates for the city of Casper to be applied across the projects that, of course, you're all aware of, pertaining specifically to the spec tax program. And we'll go over some of those updates here in just a minute. Moving on. Let's talk about it now, that update. I said a minute, I meant a second. Peter is following me very tightly. Thank you. It's really helpful.
Very professional calling him Peter.
Very professional. Good. As it relates to the shelter, those of you that sit on the shelter committee are aware of this update. We're extremely excited that the design will be done by January. For the fire station, we are hoping to bring you an architect contract by the end of this fiscal year. And then they get after the work now that we have a piece of land that has been identified for that purpose. Okay, which of course is the source gas property. As it relates to the other projects, the 911 dispatch equipment, as you can see, and as you probably already know, we're trying to time that with regard to the actual construction of the space over at the CBC, which many of you probably recall is on the 8th floor of that building. This money will go into equipping that space. And right now we have not spent money on buying that equipment. That is, of course, our goal. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the band shell, we are trying to leverage other grant funds to help invest in that part of the park. And without a doubt, the 1.5 million will be dedicated to work on the band shell itself, just like the voters authorized us to do. So the other funding that we get, which we also hope will be $1.5 million, will be improving the space around the band shell and in that part of the park, if we're lucky and if we get that grant. Okay, so that really is the update. Do y'all have any questions about spec tax and where we're at?
Any questions about the update for spec? Yeah, go ahead.
Just a clarification, for the band shell, you said included as part of a package. Does that mean match funding for that grant application or match effort in some capacity?
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly what that means. And so what that also says is if we don't get that grant, then we just move forward with a $1.5 million project dedicated to the structure itself.
So we're hoping to turn that $1.5 million into $3 million.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah. And do more than just a band show.
Yeah, go ahead.
Carter, one question I have kind of been getting from folks is about so we have the land and the design for the fire station. At what point do we need to, in which budget, will that become part of this budget, or to do the actual construction? And to budget that,
Yeah.
once we have the design.
That's a very good question. And that is the answer. Once we have the design
Yeah.
and we've engaged the CMAR to help us put that figure together, then that's when I would come forward and provide ideas as to how we can fund that construction phase. Because the design will be relatively close to being done. We'll have a figure that we can rely upon. And then it'll be incumbent upon the chief and I and Jill to bring ideas forward that says, here's how we think we can fund it.
So that discussion could happen during this fiscal year?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I would say that if it does happen in this fiscal year, which I feel optimistic that it can, it would be towards the tail end of the fiscal year. Yeah. Yeah, but that's certainly my goal. So that in FY27,
Right.
we can have a proposal that you can rely on to get that project done. Yeah, good question.
Any other, go ahead, Pat.
I know it's early yet, but we have any preliminary numbers on collection for April on the 6th?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we don't. We really aren't going to get that first payment until later in June. And that's when we'll have a good feel for maybe what we can expect through the rest of the year. You'll notice in your budget message, however, that we are hoping our goal would be $14.7 million throughout the entirety of the fiscal year to be applied to these projects. So that's what we're hoping we will obtain over the next year. What that means for June, though, I couldn't exactly say.
I didn't know if there was a way to call the Department of Revenue and get just basically
Vice Mayor.
The sales tax reports aren't due from the vendors until the end of this month. Then they will have to put all of that information together in order to give us a figure. So we've still got the rest of this week, people filing their sales tax returns. So it'll probably be a couple of weeks before we'll have those figures in.
And those will reflect the figures of April only.
Right.
Yeah, because that lag period. Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay. How's everybody doing? We want to take a break real quick, or you feeling? Grab food? Keep grinding? You're good?
keep going.
What's that?
Keep going
Let's
before
keep
it
going.
freezes to death.
Does anybody have an Afghan?
Get
for-
colder. Just kidding.
Shawl hat, a shawl maybe?
Blanket.
Poncho or sleeping bag,
Poncho.
anything.
Kyle, you want to give him a big hug and
Baby
warm him
sack.
up? All right, let's keep going.
All right, so we just went through sort of the breakdown as it relates to the general fund. We're going to do a similar thing with the enterprise funds, which will include not only the worksheet of how the flow of cash takes place, but also a little bit of a primer pertaining to each of the performances of the funds. And so I would suggest this would be a good table setting for the in-depth conversation that we need to have in November, December timeframe to reestablish the rate portfolio for the next 2 years. So tonight's discussion isn't meant to be conclusive of all that information, but rather sort of set the stage for November and December, when in fact we will be making hard decisions about what to do, not only from a rate standpoint, but also from a capital standpoint. Because you all know that we are at a very important point in many of our facilities' history to really get some significant work done. Because we really don't have the luxury of kicking the can, so to speak, for many of these facilities, as you all know. So moving into the enterprises, the water fund is a good one to start with because water tends to be the most healthy fund that we have. You know, I'm grateful for that because we've been able to weather a lot of the challenges that conditions over the years have been presented for this fund. This is what we demonstrated to you back in December, November timeframe. And we went through a similar discussion of what we are anticipating coming up for this year. To look at what it is we're doing right now really is not horribly surprising, mostly because of the reaction that we warned you of when, in fact, you blessed us with the opportunity to move forward with that $2 million to work on water infrastructure over there at the Poplar Street Bridge and diverting it to the pedestrian bridge. This is a result of that type of thing happening. You'll notice, however, that even though we did have that difference here, that gap that was incorporated as a result, we still have a very, very positive relationship with performance and where we're at in reserves, right? This is the reserves. This is where we go broke when all the reserves are spent, right? And this is where, you know, the performance of the fund overall reacts with each of those demarcations. Okay, I wouldn't be too worried about this, okay, right here, because this is exactly what we're going to evaluate the behavior of which when we get together in November, December, to determine with respect to the capital goals that this fund has, how by virtue of the rates that you set, the behavior you want to see of this blue line here. Okay, so yeah, it looks like in out years it's going to be dipping into the reserves. The fact is, you get to control and manipulate that behavior based on what you do in November and December.
Yeah, Amber.
While we're looking at this chart for folks who may be tuning in, super high level, can you just cover you know, what we anticipate, you know, that $17 million balance that we're holding above reserves, big projects coming up that are sort of the reason we've let that reserve accumulate to that position.
Thank you. I would appreciate to be able to talk about that a little bit. That's a good question. Generally speaking, when you see the blue line in any of these funds react adversely, or what might appear to be adversely in terms of going down, it's because we are strategically using those fund balance dollars to get capital work done. And so the reaction that you're seeing here for the blue line as we go over time is because we're getting water lines replaced and appurtenances in the water system taken care of as well. The thing that you can remember too, that I think needs to be a critical conversation that we have over the next 12 months is that of the role that 1 cent plays in this fund. For several years now, 1 cent has made investments in the water fund as well as the sewer fund. And I think the conversation needs to be had whether or not that should continue in 1 cent 18, if 1 cent 18, of course, passes for renewal. Some have said, and even the study that we've taken on through Raftalis suggested that infusing 1 cent dollars into the water and sewer funds may not be ideal in terms of both the longevity and support of the water and sewer funds, but also 1 cent moving forward. So as sort of a note to self as we go into those conversations, that would be one that I would have you remember. Because again, that may be a feature of one cent that has served its purpose, or it may not be, depending on what the direction of the community is when we do that survey work. Okay? But as far as some of the larger projects, Tom, you want to give us a reminder as to what some of those are? And feel free to call up whomever you may need to.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor, the first big project that we have going on is a replacement of the city reservoir that we talked about at the last work session. So, and that's roughly a $17 million project supported by a $5.6 million Water Development Commission grant. The other one is we have hundreds of miles of aging cast iron, ductile iron, metallic pipelines in this town. We have 10 to 14 leaks per year. We have a lot of that pipeline that's over 30, 40, 50 years old. And Ethan and I have talked a lot. He's done an amazing job since he's come on as water operations officer. And we've taken a very aggressive approach to that. We want to replace hopefully $3 million of that pipe a year. We're hoping to get mineral royalty grant for $1 million. But again, we've plugged into how do we leverage that 1 cent money. I'll tell you, my personal opinion is on the enterprise funds is that I think they should be self-supporting. And I think as the challenge for managing general fund dollars becomes more and more challenging, and how we fund these projects in the state legislature, I think the idea that the water and sewer enterprise funds should be self-supporting. The solid waste fund is. Sewer gets about $600,000 a year. Water gets $2 million a year. Solid waste gets nothing. And again, they've been aggressive in that fund to make it self-supporting, to have that green line, if you will, on there where we show for replacement of the cells. And during my tenure here, that would be my hope, is that we'd get on a trajectory for both water and sewer where we replace critical infrastructure, and we're on that trend to try and build up reserves for replacement of critical assets. Apologize, I maybe went a little off script a little bit, but I just wanted to cover that while I had the opportunity, kind of put in my 2 cents on the enterprise funds, because again, I think it's the cost of doing business. It's the cost of us for having water, and even though we don't see it as much as streets, the idea that we don't have safe, available drinking water, or the idea that we're not treating our wastewater before it goes into the North Platte River, to me, are very, very critical components of our infrastructure.
And by the way, if I may, Mr. Mayor, this residual balance that we're seeing in the water fund is a part of that 118 million as well. So again, to be emphatic, that 118 million has a lot of characteristics to it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Tom and Carter, for the context. To Councilor Pollack's point, a large chunk of this balance above and beyond the reserves will get tied up with the water reservoir replacement, though, right? I mean, after the purchase of that line should be a lot closer to the reserve amount. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilor, that was one of those loans that we applied for, was money for this. So you don't, if we were going to take that whole 10 million out of there in one fell swoop, you'd see a large dramatic slope line that would be that $10 million drop. The number in here includes the debt service on that loan, but we're not going to just take all that money out of there. And the neat part, I think that's 1.5% interest loan, or a 1.5% interest loan. You can't afford not to spend that money. I mean, inflation is outpacing your interest rate by a long shot. And so if we can utilize that money and then have saved some of our other cash reserves to replace these aging cast iron mains, which are, again, a challenge for us on almost a weekly basis, is dealing with the water main leaks and challenges of old mains and old valves. And so our approach is to be aggressive in the replacement of those water mains.
And just to add another item of color here with regard to what Tom just said, if I could, Mr. Mayor, that's a really important question to ask yourselves, particularly as it relates to the utilities, because the cheap nature of money that Tom just described is not available throughout the rest of the organization. You really only typically see that in water and sewer kinds of projects. You don't see that type of bonding benefit when you want to do a street, for example, or a building or whatever. Usually that really inexpensive piece of funding only comes with utility kinds of projects. I would also say that even though we do take a loan from the state, and Lord willing, if we get some principal forgiveness of that loan, you still have the option of retiring that loan or retiring portions of that loan as we go through the life of that debt service. So even though we may take a $17 million loan and we get zero principal forgiveness, you retain the opportunity and the authority, if you will, to retire portions or all of that loan at your, when you want to. So it all depends on how you want to leverage these balances in favor of the ratepayers for questions like that.
Councilor, if I could add one more thing. Right now, the SRF funding from the federal government is highly at risk. The current budget doesn't include much funding for continued SRF, and they wanted to switch us all over to WIFIA loans, which those are at basically bond rates. So roughly 4.5% right now. So again, I'm not saying we want to spend like they're not going to print money again, but to me, if we can utilize these very, very low interest loans, what we can. And the state has about $180 million in both funds. The Clean Water and Drinking Water Fund each have 180 in them about. But again, I want to be very sensitive to the fact that replenishment of those monies may be off for a while.
So tonight, I don't want to really discuss it, but I wanted to get on our radar screen also along this same line of thought. While we're talking about these kind of funds is stormwater. I don't think we want to get as aggressive as Cheyenne has in rate structure, but I think we need to start discussing that and looking at that.
Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree more, Councilor. I think with respect to our strategies that we need to decide about moving forward, through this fiscal year and beyond, stormwater and the possibility of creating an enterprise dedicated to stormwater has to be one of those questions. Because as of yet, we really haven't resolved that concern. And I would say the tool is now available to bring a resolution to pass. That nature.
Follow up. No.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on from this portion then. This is the worksheet that I was telling you about earlier. As you can see, as it relates to starting the fiscal year, we've got a very favorable cash position of $10.3 million. Once you take out all of the obligations and so forth that the fund has to maintain. You balance the revenues against the expenditures. And as you can see, the difference that's made is largely in the non-operating expenditure portion of this demonstration. That typically is related to capital kinds of expenses or non-capital one-time types of expenses that we discussed earlier. So you don't have an imbalance operationally. Where you have is an imbalance of capital and non-capital one-time expense that creates this budgeted impact of $347,000 needing to be taken from the fund balance that's available in this fund. Okay, you still are in a very positive cash position, as you can see, of in excess of $10 million. So this application of funding is not unlike what the blue line anticipates and accommodates that we just went over. And of course, relative to the size of this fund, very, very small. Okay, so in my mind, this is great news, a very healthy fund. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Or I don't want to divert us too far here, but I just want to, I'm trying to kind of understand revenue, the difference between revenue that is generated from utility user payments
No problem.
versus then the ones that the money then that the city has to supplement. that budget was. So I just want to know if I'm reading this correctly. Page 6.2 in there, 6-2, I'm sorry. In there, it talks, that's the utility enterprise funds. So it has the water distribution fund listed under revenue, correct?
Yep.
And that's the same, close to the same number you've got in there, I think. And then a few pages over, it's got the water distribution fund summary by category, revenue, and then it lists like intergovernmental goods and services, miscellaneous revenue, utility revenue. Okay, so that's where I'm kind of confused.
That's okay.
So is the revenue under the enterprise fund, it's 6-2, is that what's generated by utility payments? And then the other page that I mentioned, is that where we make up the difference of the overall cost of water distribution? It's not covered by utility payments. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I think you're getting it.
Okay.
The enterprises are supported in large part with user payments.
Yes.
So when you pay a water bill and you spend $70, for example, out of that water bill, this is where it shows up. And it does show up on those utility revenues. Okay. As far as the expense side is concerned, you will also notice that we also had another revenue that was, I forget how we termed it. Can we go back to that worksheet?
It says water treatment plant ops fund. Is that what it's called?
So the non-operating revenue here of 2.1 million,
Yeah.
that's a demonstration of what 1 cent is infused, what 1 cent dollars is infused into this fund.
Okay.
Okay, so you got a couple categories of revenue here.
Oh, okay.
User revenue, capital revenue from 1 cent, and actually interest revenue as well.
Okay.
Okay, that all goes to supporting the expenses and the needs of this fund. Okay, we're obviously boiling down all of those line items into very broad categories here for purposes of demonstrating cash flow. Okay. So one of the other large expenses that this fund had is that of buying water from regional water in order to send out to all of our water consumers in the city. And that figure is about, I can't remember, 8.6. We'll spend $8.6 million out of this figure right here to buy that water and then distribute it out to our consumers. Kind of a unique feature in regard to what we do in this fund.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Oh, you bet. You bet. A real similar analysis will take place with regard to the other funds too. Let's go ahead and go to sewer. Here's the pro forma that we went through with you back in, December, November of last year, what we anticipated happening. And you can see here a really healthy relationship with the proposal to the reserves demarcation here in the form of that black line. Drop what it is that we're experiencing in actuality, and there's not a whole lot of departure here. With the exception, of course, with respect to this end of the continuum, okay? This end of the time frame. This is out years. And you get to decide in November, December, how you want this blue line to react going up or down by either incorporating rates or not, or reducing capital or not, right? So those are questions that you'll have to weigh over the next 6 or 7 months. The other question that you'll have to weigh is with regard to the lift that this fund needs to take in terms of capital endeavors that you will want sewer to pursue. The North Platte Interceptor would be a part of this fund. And that is a big project, as you all know. As a matter of fact, you just gave us authority last week, I believe it was, to pursue grant and loan funding in the amount of $5.5 million, some of which is offset by money that would come out of this fund to try to make the next phase of that big project happen. As we go through that heavy lift, as well as other pipes and parts that need to be replaced in the sewer collection side of this equation, that blue line will respond accordingly to what your direction ends up being. And we'll solidify that in November, December, with the incorporation of a green line that kind of establishes what your capital goals are as a result. Okay? Make sense?
Any questions on the sewer fund?
As a result, you know, with respect to the flow of cash through the sewer fund over the next year, this is the basic boiling down view of that enterprise. We've got user revenue, you know, right here. The bills that you pay as a sewer consumer shows up right there. 1 cent revenue, a lot smaller in the sewer fund than it is the water fund, of about $450,000, all applied to capital. And then of course, interest revenue, which is nice to have. Again, you have the cash impact that appears to be a negative sort of siphon, if you will. But as you have just seen as a part of the pro forma, this is a planned use of that balance of funds that's in the positive, as it were, to get capital done, to the extent that you will still have 4.3, almost $4.4 million over and above reserves available for other capital endeavors, which is exactly the design of this fund. Try to make room for capital initiatives that you have over the years. Okay? So nothing really new, except that you've got to determine the reaction that you'd like to see as it relates to the performance of this fund coming up in November, December. Okay?
Carter?
Yes, sir.
Just one quick, on this screen here, where it says FY 2026 operating revenue, 9.7 million. Is that number, is that a combined amount for both for what customers, the revenue that comes from customers, as well as what the city could, what we supplement that with?
What I would say, Counselor, Mr. Mayor, if I may, is this really is a good measure of what the user revenue looks like.
Okay.
And I would say probably a better view of what the support that the city council provides for this fund is in the form of this figure here.
Okay.
And that's largely the 1 cent
Okay. Thank you.
money. Yeah, you
Thank
betcha.
you.
No problem. No problem. Okay. Again, a very boiled down version of what you have in your book, because you've got all the lines in your book as to how that all breaks out. Wastewater treatment plant is one that is a rather unique circumstance for the city of Casper. We provide that service on a regional basis, not horribly unlike what regional water is, with the exception that while we do have the benefit of an ad hoc board, we also own the facility outright. And of course, the employees that run that facility are city employees as well. Okay. In regional water, we don't own that facility, and that board is autonomous. We have votes, but we don't, you know, not a city council board as it were. This too will be one that is heavily impacted by capital dynamics. As you know, we're trying to pursue roughly $15 million for the Headworks project. That includes the screw pumps that we've talked about and you've all seen and observed. If we get that series of funding to get those projects done, you're going to see some reaction to this that will be different, particularly when you drop the blue line on there. The blue line is very static, and that's because we simply bill out what it is that we incur by way of expense to our regional partners, including us, to make sure that expenses and revenue meet and conjoin. There is a sort of an apex there in this curve. It's a little unique. Usually reserves don't do that, but that's a feature of one loan being retired and another loan coming online that creates that little apex on a very temporary basis. And so you can see over time that obviously levels out because we're building the debt service from the new loan into the out years. Okay.
So could you remind me in particular how the rates are structured? I think it's been talked about before, but like Bar None. And I bring this up because Bar None at Regional Water, their representative kind of questioned why should we, Regional Water has their own attorney they pay for. Why should they have to pay a percentage? Tom and Paul Berdolio explained that, but I just was wondering, how that rate for those other municipalities is set.
Figured out. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor. The rate establishment process does in fact include a number of administrative allocations for exactly the same reason that we described earlier, even for our regional partners. One of the features of that allocation does include the city attorney. It actually includes some of Tom's costs and even some of your costs, as a matter of fact. And that is primarily because even though Regional Water, for example, and the 201 board will also eventually have their own attorney, because of the personnel issues that attorney does not cover on our behalf, is actually siphoned through Eric's office. And so his services are used primarily from a personnel standpoint when we have personnel matters that we need both Eric's help with, Tracy's team, their help with, and everything else. So even though they do have their own attorney, we don't rely on that attorney to help us navigate personnel issues that come up from time to time.
So really my question, Carter, is how do we derive the revenue for wastewater? How is that calculated from the incoming affluent from Mills, Evansville? How is all of that decided upon? Not so much, I'm in total agreement, but on those allocations, sure, and get that, but I'm still unclear how those rates are captured.
The broad 30,000 foot answer is we essentially bill on a proportionate basis for wholesale services, if you will, for work that the plant provides on behalf of each of those communities. So as you might imagine, the city of Casper is billed on the largest portion of that cost, probably to the tune of some 75% or somewhere in that neighborhood. 84%. And then the rest of the communities and partners are billed according to their proportionate basis. That's really the larger answer. If you want more detail, I can invite Tom up to give you more detail.
No,
that.
I just want to make sure they're paying their fair share. How is that assessed? Is it assessed according to how many households, or, you know, it used to be, I remember hearing whatever your water usage, whenever the date was picked, that had a relationship to the sewer charge.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that is all very true, but that is more on the side of what it is that we charge each of our residents in terms of the sewer services that they use during the winter months, because that largely will not include irrigation, that largely will not include washing of cars and those kinds of things. So it's typically when we are flushing toilets and running showers into the drain. So
The same true with Bar None.
I don't know how they bill their citizens. Each city and town has their way in which they do it, but that's how the city of Casper does it. Again, broadly speaking,
Right.
If you'd like more detail, we can certainly do that.
At some point, I think that needs to be evaluated and make sure our residents are being treated fairly. In comparison, or is Bar None, Evansville, Mills, are we subsidizing their rates?
Your Honor, Counselor, I think that is a fair question. And I would say the city of Casper should not be subsidizing the citizens of Bar None. And in return, the citizens of Bar None should not be subsidizing the services that Casper consumes. And I would tell you, we're not in that situation. However, when we get into the rate discussions in November, December, it'll be our job to prove that to you, that in fact our citizens are paying their fair share.
My feeling with the 450,000 from 1 cent, that's directly in some small way, because of those, plus the investment income is subsidizing those residents.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I would say that that could be the case if in fact the wastewater treatment plant received 1 cent dollars, and they do not. The only side of this equation that actually gets an infusion of 1 cent dollars is what it is that we do internal to the collection system in Casper, not on a regional basis like the plant would be. So you will not see 1 cent infusions into this side of the system, but only in the local sewer collection side of the process.
Thanks for that clarity.
No problem, no problem. Good questions.
Anybody else?
The wastewater treatment plant is largely in a healthy condition as well. As you can see here, we anticipate contributing back to the retained earnings or fund balances of the wastewater treatment plant, a figure of $824,000 to be added to the existing cash balance of 1.8 million, which brings us to 2.6 at the end of the fiscal year. Which for the wastewater treatment plant, albeit a huge, expensive asset, having a balance of this nature is nice to work with when it comes to trying to match, you know, grants and doing loans and those kinds of things. So having a balance in the positive is very helpful for this fund.
I just wanted to express my thanks to Tom and Krista at I made up I know the session that all you attended for the tour out there, but it was very eye-opening in terms of helping me understand the nature of the state of not only the wastewater treatment plant, but the infrastructure, the pipelines and so forth that conduct that. There's a lot of, I mean, to me, it's almost a toss-up between, in terms of needs between those sewer lines and the wastewater or the stormwater system, it's pretty daunting and it's very comforting to know they seem to be aware of it and on top of it and are making the right measured steps to address that as the budget allows. So I just think that's something, I don't know that the general public is aware of that. And, but for me as a city councilor and as a taxpayer, that was very eye-opening. Yeah, in terms of the caustic nature of sewage, I hadn't even thought of that. So anyway, surprising facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that acknowledgement. So fortunately, this fund is in a good position as well. Real quickly, one of the things that you said, Counselor, that brings to mind, over the next fiscal year, you're going to be getting a study that indicates the critical path that we should follow as it relates to preparing for the larger repairs that this plant is in need of. And so be mindful that that's coming forward. I think it'll be truly, really helpful in terms of mapping out the direction that we will need to observe in this fund to make some real big, significant repairs to that plant. It's in need of a lot of help. Unfortunately, hopefully anyway, with the headworks being repaired and the work that just took place on the RAS pump and MCC side that we're wrapping up now, we're getting there, albeit smaller phases at a time. Okay. Moving into the sanitation landfill side of the enterprise network, the refuse fund is one that we've spent a lot of time on as well over the last several years. We've had some very aggressive needs. We've also had some really interesting dynamics occur that the refuse fund felt almost uniquely over the other funds, particularly ones that we just reviewed. But I would tell you that with respect to what it is that we told you about in December and what we're seeing now, we're actually seeing, what I would consider good news. For one, the blue line would indicate that we're coming out of the use of reserves more rapidly than we initially anticipated. The fund balances grow over time, as you can see being demonstrated here. This gap is widening, which means the fund balances over and above the reserves are improving over time. Now, if you look at what it is that this blue line does, keep in mind you get to control how close that blue line comes to here or beyond, or whether or not it should hover more closely to the reserve demarcation through as we go through the out years. So those are things to think about for this fund, because as you know, this represents what it is that we charge for curbside collection of the trash receptacles throughout the community, both on a commercial side and industrial side as well as residential. Okay, that's where those costs show up when we go pick up something on the as it relates to the sanitation system. Those expenses and revenues are captured here. Okay. Now, as I just mentioned, the cash position in this fund has not been the strongest, particularly in relation to the other enterprises that we just reviewed. And we knew that was a problem. We've been working on that for a couple years now. The very bottom yellow figure, or the figure in yellow, would indicate that by the end of fiscal year 26, we're finally starting to establish a fund balance over and above the reserves that we are required to keep based on your policies that tell us to do so. So the fact that we're in the black, so to speak, by 66,000 is good. It's small and just the beginning elements of the light that's at the end of that tunnel that we finally are getting to the end of, but it's still a figure that's in the black, and that's good news. Okay, and it helps because we got that positive cash activity of 118,000 at the end of the fiscal year. It essentially erases this deficit that we start with right here below that reserve line. Okay, so refuse is finally coming into its own, starting to establish a fund balance, and that's really good news. Okay, a large part of the expenses that we have here are in relation to supporting the bail fill, the charges that we incur when we drive our sanitation trucks across the scale and dump all the refuse that those trucks collect. We pay a fee to the bail fill here, the bail fill fund. This one we have kept the green line because we feel like we have been given direction from you fairly consistently about trying to save up money for landfill retirement and opening. That's what this green line represents. You can see the dotted line is hovering along that trajectory just fine. The bail fill fund, and when you compare that to what we're actually seeing right now, if rates and economic activity in this fund continue in the way that they are right now, that portends very favorably to being able to do the landfill projects, as well as the other repairs and replacements that that fund has endemic to its operation, which, as you know, includes a lot of heavy equipment as well. Okay, so this fund is performing very nicely. In November, December, you get to decide where that blue line sits in relation to the rest of those goals, particularly that green line goal, which is a huge capital endeavor that this fund will need to pursue over time. It's doing well. The worksheet looks favorable as well. I really like what you see at the bottom. Go ahead and click that last one there. That $899,000 contribution brings our unobligated fund balance, the savings that we're trying to create for those landfill cells, to the extent of $3.6 million, which is also a part of that $118 million, by the way. Good news for the bail fill fund, and certainly sets the table nicely for the discussions you need to have in November, December. Okay, Amber.
Remind me, what is the anticipated cost? It looked like 2031 is the next time we're looking to open a cell. What's the anticipated cost? Where does that green line target us? 7, 8?
7 or 8, is that right? Just, yep.
How much does it cost to open a cell in 2031?
Why don't you address what it costs to retire as well?
Yeah.
Retire a cell?
One tire.
Close the cell?
I was just thinking of our scraper tires. They're so incredibly expensive.
You could talk about that too if you want.
Tell us all. Yeah.
So actually, in the next 10 years, we have a couple phase closures that are showing up in there. And the date that you pointed to is looking at cell number 7 construction.
What's
So-
the anticipated cost in 2031 to?
Oh, thank you. This is the mark.
That's right.
So we did this in 2018, so the numbers are going to be a little bit higher, but we were anticipating that we'll need close to $6-7 million for that next cell. Our current cell that we just got done was 5.2. So hopefully it won't be more than 6 or 7 million at that time.
Any other questions for Cindy or Tom? Tom, do you want something to add?
Mayor, councilors, yeah, it's a fairly dynamic situation because depending on how much waste we divert, and then it's really interesting. I've learned so much about solid waste from Cindy, but then you have this phased closure as well, which is we don't wait till the end and then cover it all up. We do it in pieces. And there's a lot of benefits to that given our climate and our wind. And so again, it's a dynamic process, and even the timing for that next cell opening, you know, is sliding further and further down the road, which from a standpoint of saving revenue is a great thing. chasing after inflation a little bit, but there's no reason to dig the cell just because we want it, because once they're open, there's maintenance and work that's involved in keeping them open. So it's as much as it sounds like a very simple operation, the phased closure and then timing for the opening is very, very critical, because once you dig that hole and line it, you got to start putting trash in there to keep the dirt from sliding down the sides of the hill.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So largely good news as it relates to the enterprises. I think they're being well managed, and I think we're anticipating things nicely. But I would urge you to remember that in most of these funds, we have a heavy lift we got to continue to plan for. And that's the table I want to be sure to set as well with all of you. Okay? The recreational subsidies involve a review of some level of performance as well. And as you know, for the recreational enterprises, we don't have as much control, if you will, in terms of the ability to plan for capital in each of the funds and to even make all of them break even, as you all know. Accordingly, you have set subsidy goals with each of these funds that you would like to see happen as a measure of your tolerance with regard to the costs that you want to see recovered, recognizing that not all the funds will probably ever break even, much less build equity for capital endeavors. The rec center is a good example. The Ford Wyoming Center is another good example. Those will perpetually, along with aquatics, be probably tough enterprises to balance based on user fees and charges for services. Okay, you can see here a demonstration of what it is with everything all together you're anticipating by way of subsidy infusion. If you look here on this side of the chart, you can see the respective recapture goals that each of the rec enterprises are pursuing, and that's all pursuant to your resolutions that establish those goals and where we're at in terms of the cost recovery relative to the goals themselves for FY26 at this end of the chart. Okay, so for golf, for example, we think we'll actually capture 114% of their costs relative to a target goal of 110. And that is obviously the best news that we have to share with you tonight as it relates to subsidies, because golf doesn't require a subsidy except when we want to do major capital initiatives there, that facility, right? Conversely, when you look at the rec center, our goal is 50%. We're hopeful that we can hit 36% by virtue of what you see in your budget that's in front of you. I would tell you that in the next couple of years, we should be able to hit 50%. A big setback for that fund has been a more appropriate right-sized allocation of our expenses in that fund pursuant to what it is that we pay for internal services like custodial assistance and building repairs and those kinds of things. Smaller building repairs and maintenance issues. Okay? And coupled with the fact that it's real hard for us to charge the fees necessary for that gap to be eliminated when we are really meant to be the low-cost alternative for fitness in the community as sort of our niche. Right?
Go ahead, Pat.
So is it possible to set up a, like Gillette has a cemetery district, but I don't know if that's considered part of the city. But is it possible that Casper could set up a cemetery district with, say, a half a mil?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I love that suggestion. The unfortunate side of that question, as the answer goes, is that even though, like Gillette, the cemetery is within the limits of the city, the council does not enjoy the unique authority to create a district to fund that operation. That's something that is done in conjunction with the commissioners in order to make that happen. And so while I love that idea, and I think it's an idea we should pursue in order to build more sustainability, not only for that operation, but for the funds that support that operation by virtue of the subsidy, I think it's a great idea.
And also on the cemetery, do we, when you sell a plot,
Mhm.
do you collect, I'll call them perpetual funds that help? So you pay $500, but the actual cost is say 750 or 800. Because part of that money goes into a separate spot to help maintain over the years.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, the short answer is yes, that is how the rate model is designed. The answer you're probably not going to like, however, is that we do not have a cemetery perpetual care fund established to house those dollars and create that $30 million, for example, like we do in the larger body of the enterprise. That does not exist for the cemetery function. Now, we could certainly start doing that, but the problem is that would increase the gap that you see by way of subsidy to make the budget balance every year, because we're taking that portion of funding out and, you know, sanctioning it into a different accounting area. Certainly something to think about, for sure.
Have some more about the recreational.
We sure do. Yes.
That was a good setup. Good.
Thank you.
Like we planned.
Just like we planned. These charts are really meant to give you a broad feel as to what the activity is like, not only historically for each of these enterprises, but what we're envisioning moving forward a little bit. Not horribly unlike what you saw with the enterprises. The red line in this case, however, represents what the recovery target is. And for this chart, it's for Fort Casper. And that's set at a 20% recovery rate. Okay, compared to golf, which is more like 110% recovery rate. This is where the fort would need to operate in order to break even and or make money. Of course, every time you go above, when you make money, right? So this is generally accepted as sort of the break-even line. The blue line, of course, is where we're at. Okay, we're hopeful that for FY26, by the end of the activity that we're anticipating, will actually be a little bit above our recovery target, but still a long ways away from actually making money or breaking even. That's Fort Casper. Okay. For aquatics, I'm sorry, please.
Can I ask a general question before we go through all of these? Those subsidy targets, I don't know that we've adjusted them dramatically since I've been on council. Are they set by, because it's what we feel like we can do realistically, or are they set by some sort of industry standard, like a small local museum often recovers about this percentage of its expenses?
The answer is it has been a while since we've adjusted a lot of these. And when I say a while, maybe 3 or 4 years or 5 years, perhaps.
It's like right when I got home.
So they could stand to be considered for adjustment. And as a matter of fact, over the next budget year, fiscal year, probably not a bad idea. the original propositions, like you see here for Fort Casper, excuse me, is a blend of industry expectation as well as what our reality is compared to what our consumers will tolerate. You know, yes, we have talked about pushing the fees up over the next year, which is why you see this bump, but that assumes that there won't be any actual consumption destruction because the fee is higher and people therefore don't want to go because it's like 50 cents an hour or whatever. And that may be the case. So we'll obviously keep an eye on this, and that'll be a good analysis of how that reacted or how that worked. But if council wanted to push the envelope, then their direction would be 20% is not acceptable. We need to be at like 30. Okay. And you've done that in some of the other funds, trying to help us push the envelope a little bit. I would say that's probably the case for Hogadon in the ice arena, where you've asked us to push the envelope some. This is probably more reflective of what our reality is. Same for aquatics. We know that we can't charge what it takes to operate pools. Now we can manipulate the expense side, right? So that these figures, you know, can correlate better with each other, and maybe this even gets to be a little more realistic in terms of what it takes to break even when you carve out expenses. But aquatics is likely going to be one of those enterprises that over time you're just really never going to hover around here, you know, as far as breaking even goes, or even making money. Now, I would say that some of the pools do better than some of the other pools in terms of covering its own expenses, but as far as aquatics overall goes, that's a pretty good indication of what we're struggling with. Whatever.
Yeah, I'd like to get it on a future docket to reanalyze those. I think there's been a lot of shift in behavior since probably we've looked at them before, and not because I necessarily want them to be more aggressive or anything like that. I want to make sure that we are being that we are adhering to a reasonable expectation for what a rec center typically can generate. You know, I've long been like, while I appreciated all the work we've done to be as efficient in these operations as we can, I also want to make sure we are staying in our lane as a, you know, as a city-owned rec center, and not, you know, expecting that to generate more than it ought to by way of leveraging too high of user fees and that sort of thing. So I think it'd be worth a new analysis, since our reality today looks quite a lot different than maybe it did in 2018 or whenever
Sure.
we last did this.
Sure. Well, and this gives me a real nice opportunity to add another item of color, if I could. A lot of what it is that you see by way of these blue lines doing what they're doing in each of these funds is driven by respective business plans that each of these funds have. And so when you tell us we'd like you to push the envelope a little bit in aquatics, assuming you would, I don't know that you would, but let's say you did, we would have to adjust the business plan that drives the behavior of this blue line in order to make that recovery goal happen. As you can see in aquatics, there are times when we've done well and explainable reasons why we're dipping like this, but those business plans would be the tool by which we would fuel our response to that direction.
Yeah. There's so much work going into those right now. I want to make sure our targets are good.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Particularly when you talk about the rec center. Can we flip to that? You mentioned the rec center. I thought that was an outstanding segue. Yeah, the rec center is a challenge. It's a wonderful facility, but the reality is it struggles in terms of not only making our recovery goal, but actually breaking even. And that's largely because that is a huge building that has a lot of expense to keep it going and to keep it maintained appropriately and safe, and to provide the services that one would expect even in the niche that we're trying to serve. Those fees just do not generate the commensurate revenue that we need to again, not only come to the recapture goal, but break even. Now, I do think that we can come to the recapture goal here relatively quickly. And I would say over the next year to 18 months, I really do believe we're going to be at 50%. The question will be for council, whether or not we should push it beyond 50%, if in fact we're going to be the niche that we're going to be, or that we should be, or that you'd like to see us be, or whatever. This will be very clearly and a good example of the adjustment that we would need to make from a business plan standpoint to try to capture what it is that you want us to capture. Okay. But I would say this particular direction is temporary. I think we're getting better and better at doing what we do over there, and we're going to be at 50%, in my opinion, in the very near future. Okay. Since we're talking about this slide, let's talk about Hogadon real quickly. Hogadon, in my opinion, has a lot of upside. I grant you that we're not hovering around the green line like I would love to see, but we are a lot closer with respect to the performance that this enterprise has, even with respect to the goals that you've set for it, in terms of actually breaking even or making money someday. So my hope would be that this would be one of those funds that you ask us to push the envelope for, because I think the upside here is clearly above the goal that you have set for us, but we may even have more upside up here as we get better and better about our lease agreements, the way we manage those, in terms of the services that we offer, and with the right capital investments. There's been a lot of talk lately about whether or not that lift should be replaced and whether or not tax dollars should be spent on the lift and those kinds of things. While you don't have a reserve set aside like you do for the second sheet of ice for the lift, to say that tax dollars shouldn't be spent on the lift would be tantamount to tax dollars never being spent on its maintenance. Because while user fees certainly go a long way in terms of covering a lot of our expenses, obviously it doesn't go all the way. And so tax dollars are currently being invested, despite what was said at the spec tax, in sustaining Hogadon. And that means maintaining the lift as well. So I'm asking you not to give us the bar of never spending tax dollars on the lift, because that would be tantamount to turning it off. And if you're going to run a ski area, you can't turn it off. However, if you want to sell the ski area, which has also been suggested, count me in. Because I would love to see that sold, because what that means to me is all the numbers associated with it go away too. I think that's not realistic, to be candid. I think we'll always be in this facility as long as it exists. But if there were some private entity that was okay with this kind of revenue portfolio, I'd be real happy to talk to you.
Is that likely to occur?
I don't think it's real likely.
Okay.
Private folks are usually want to make money on things, which I understand.
No, how I'm being a little facetious about it. I think there's that chatter, right? That everybody's like, well, sell it.
Yeah.
Which is a great idea, but the reality of it is would probably be non-existent.
I think we would have to be up here before Hogadon looks attractive to a private entity, because private entities are usually into enterprises to make money, and we're clearly not there. Now, maybe a private enterprise would say, well, this is what we could do to get us up here, therefore we'll buy it. I think that's a conversation that council would be, hasty to not have if that opportunity presented itself. But to turn off tax dollars to touch the lift is a bad way to go, because you just can't run the lift on user fees alone or maintain it or adjust it. Tax dollars are going to have a fingerprint on that. Okay?
Do you have any questions about Hogadon or Rick?
Let's go backwards a hair if we could, Pete. We've talked about the golf course. The thing I really like about the golf course is this is inclusive of that depreciation fund that you set up to replace the golf court fleet when that time should come, to try to put money aside every year so that when the fleet is completely depreciated and beyond its useful life, we will have the funds necessary to buy a new fleet outright. This is inclusive of that. Okay, what you see here is inclusive of that. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of fortune with the rest of our enterprises to be able to do stuff like that, as far as the rec side of our business enterprises are concerned. But golf definitely is a bright spot in that portfolio, as you can see. This might be another one that you could have us push the envelope for, particularly as it relates to a lot of the capital endeavors that are needed at the course that to date we haven't had to take on wholesale. Replacing the irrigation system, for example, would be one. Rebuilding the retention basin for watering would be another one. All very expensive. And right now, this could not accommodate. Okay.
Is it dredging the pond on the near horizon?
That's what I meant by rebuilding the basin. Yeah. Right. The ice arena, I believe that have some upside as well, particularly if we do get additional ice to sell. The analysis would indicate that there is market space to sell more ice, you know, if we get it. And I realize that trying to build a second sheet of ice in the face of the private side, you know, fundraising side not working would be a very, very heavy lift and maybe not even make sense ultimately. But if it does, if the private fundraising side does work, I think that portends to a lot better reaction for the blue line in this fund. I think we could even push the red line further with the hopes that we could actually be hovering around the green line at some point in the future with the right business plan, with the right approach, and with the right partners in the form of clubs that want to use it. Okay, so I do think there's upside, but I also think having the capital improvement is a linchpin for that upside to be fully realized, whatever ceiling that might indicate. Okay. Any other questions about these folks, these enterprises? The last two enterprises on this side of the ledger, we really don't have anything to report yet by way of sports and athletics as being a separate business entity. Next year, and in fact in the fall, I feel like we'll have better information to share and better information to set goals against. Okay, so without a doubt, we got to have more conversation about this because it's really not in a position right now to give much of a report. The cemetery we've already kind of talked about. The user fees that we charge there are really plots and burial services that we collect fees for. Okay.
What services?
When we intern folks.
Oh, I thought you
who
said
passed.
in burial. I just thought I heard burial.
Well, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, you most definitely did. We bury folks. We recover those funds in this line right here. That is reflective of those efforts. Wow.
Being loopy. He needs to eat. His blood sugar's low.
So cemetery is another one of those operations outside of a district type application, which I really, really like. And I hope we could consider with some seriousness in the next couple of years. That could bring a lot of benefit to the operation overall.
Questions about any of those two? Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
How was I don't know how you pronounce the word for
Columbarium.
Yeah.
Columbarium.
How was that funded? Just through the general fund or?
Actually, Counselor, the columbarium that we are hoping to cut ribbon on the 9th is a joint effort with the county. As you all know, when indigent internments occur, that generally is the responsibility of the county. And they really didn't have anywhere to place the indigent and interred people. And so they were willing to buy the facility if we, as in the council and the city, were willing to donate the space by which that columbarium would be installed. And so the city didn't pay anything except the value of that piece of property, which I would suggest was not high on the list of people looking for plots of land in the space that it's located. So I wouldn't say we actually spent anything, either directly or indirectly. Now, we will forgive fees that the county would otherwise incur by having provided that facility as a part of the relationship. And so you could say there's some foregone revenue. But when it comes to indigent internments, we don't generally get that kind of revenue anyway, because there's really no parties to put a bill to. So I think it's a wonderful partnership. I think it really was no cost to the city.
Is there anything available? Because I plan on being torched, so, but huge puddles.
One big one.
But one big one, yeah. So, but is there anything available at our cemetery, for me as an individual to purchase? Just like up at Oregon Trail, they've got really a nice wall there, 2 walls.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, yes, there is. Now, admittedly, we are running out of space as far as columbarium, cremation remains are concerned. And we will likely need to bring a capital project forward in the near future. I don't know, maybe a couple of years. Oh, this current year. Okay, that's part of the capital plan that we've already got in place. How much is it? Do you remember? How much?
35,000.
35,000. So, so that will add for space that would allow for folks like you to choose from.
35,000, will it blow over? I mean.
No, solid.
You'll always be there, Pat. They'll never.
Definitely the Veterans Cemetery. That one won't blow over, so. Okay. Thank you.
And that's all I have by way of subsidies. I've got a couple other points that I want to, bring to your attention in conclusion. In the event that you get this conversation that tends to be sort of a traditional accusation that the city is spending uncontrollably and without reserve and everything else. I want to remind you that without a doubt, we are presenting to you a smaller budget than last year. And even with last year, it was predicated on work that we wanted to do where cash on hand was available to commence that work. So we are not asking for anything that is outside of the means of the city to do, either from an operational standpoint, from a capital standpoint, and despite the fact that we did lose operational revenue in the interim. But just so you can understand more very, very succinctly why I say that, I've got a couple of analyses I want to run by. If you'll look at what our budget was back in 2017, the budget that we presented at that point in time was $160 million. Matter of fact, I think that was the very first budget I ever presented to you guys as your city manager. Over time, if indeed you were to apply the index of municipal costs to do business, which is what that MCI means, that adds in a factor that would suggest that our overall budget to keep pace with the cost of doing government business should be in the neighborhood of $220 million. So if we were to keep pace with the cost of doing government business, which the MCI establishes, we should be at a budget presented to you more in the neighborhood of $220 million. The budget we're presenting to you, however, is $183 million. So in my estimation, we are far below the cost of doing business and what it is that the purchasing power would otherwise suggest for a government our size. Okay?
Oh, sorry, Amber.
So since that first budget that you presented, Carter, have we eliminated or reduced services, amenities, programs that would notably help us close that $40-ish million gap that we see between what we're spending and what the MCI would suggest we should have?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, aside from what it is that we did in terms of reconciling budget emergencies, say back in 2018 and when the pandemic occurred and those kinds of things where we purged positions and those kinds of things, I would say we have not had a degradation of services. And we certainly haven't eliminated services wholesale in between that time. That gets to the heart of your question. So from my standpoint, we are providing the same level of services, except now we're doing so in a bit of a curtailed fashion in order to reconcile the differences that we incurred from a revenue standpoint over a year to 2 years.
So then for me, that maybe means a blend of two things. We've found some efficiencies, which is great. And we've neglected or deferred capital needs that otherwise we should be able, streets, for instance, right? We want to be investing more in streets. We want to be investing more in utilities. We've not been able to do that at the level that we probably should be because of that delta.
Particularly given what it costs to, Mr. Mayor, if I may, operate a government today. So yes, I would absolutely agree.
So just to make sure that I understand. So if it hasn't come out of services, likely come out of theoretical capital expenses that we should have been keeping up with.
Yes, most definitely. Because indeed the price for pipe has gone up by the MCI rate of anywhere between 27 and 36% over the same period of time. The cost of people have gone up, as you all know. In a lot of ways, I would say, particularly from an operational standpoint, we are doing more with less relative to the figures we see here. Now, one other crosscut that I would offer you to consider as well, very much along the same lines of this analysis. If you were to boil this analysis down to the general fund, which is where, in fact, the heart of where we took the revenue cuts at, property taxes, it's in the general fund. You would need to pass a $62 million budget in order to keep pace with the cost of doing government business from a similar time frame moving forward. 62 million, and we are asking for 56.1. which is actually smaller than last year on a government, excuse me, on the general fund side of the budget we're presenting as well. Okay. So those are figures to remember, in my opinion, as it relates to government getting out of control, at the city of Casper level. We are actually doing more with less. We're still paying the bills. And we're doing it out of pace with regard to what the national standard would be in terms of what we understand the cost of doing government business would be today. $220 million for a budget overall, and $62 million as it relates to the general fund alone by itself. We're well below those figures.
Good questions, Amber.
You know, now that we're kind of heading into preparations for the 1 cent discussions, I told you earlier that that study needs to take place during fiscal year 26. I think it's really critical to consider the myths that generally come out this time of year, or the time of year that you're about to enter into, okay? I told you that we really should start preparing, and as a matter of fact, for you too, as it relates to talking with the other mayors and the commissioners around the county, getting that study online so we can understand the direction of the public as it relates to how we would spend 1 cent 18. There's a lot of nuance there that I hope we get to talk about in preparation for that review. One of the things that folks often believe and communicate in error is that the 1 cent is a tax that never goes away, that it's permanent, and that if you pass it, you'll have it forever. The fact is, every 4 years, since 1976 or whenever the first 1 cent was initially established, the voters thankfully have renewed 1 cent every 4 years since then. It has never been a permanent feature. Now, it's true that this council, those that came before you, did pass a resolution suggesting that it should be permanent. But that was as far as it went. It didn't get the right approval. It didn't get the right support. Therefore, a renewal question should come forward in November to see if the voters want to renew 1 cent. And that will be the question, whether or not 1 cent should be renewed for another 4 years. And that would be what 1 cent 18 would be all about. Okay? So those myths and those comments made in error, I'm trying to prepare in advance to help you recognize that those are in fact myths and they are comments made in error. It is not permanent, and it won't be in our tax portfolio if the voters don't renew it in November of 26. Okay? Some thoughts to think about as it relates to what we should tackle and consider and work on between now and the end of the FY26 fiscal year. I've got a couple ideas. We really do need to be prepared for the possibility that we will need to take another run at reconciling the general fund against another hit in property tax revenue. This won't be, hopefully, induced by the legislature this time around, but rather the voters who will have that question in front of them in November. So if in fact that does occur, I would tell you that that's probably going to amount to another $1.2 million in reconciliation efforts and adjustments that the general fund will have to take on. And I can tell you that I don't know where else to turn. We can't really turn to parks again, because we're already curtailing those maintenance efforts. I don't know how else to do it except by bringing recommendations forward that actually stop services that have a cost to them. I think you'll be aided in that effort, however, through a number of avenues, priority-based budgeting, to present to you a really interesting analysis as it relates to those services that are of high impact and low cost, that, you know, one would assume you'd want to keep, compared against those services that are very high cost and very low impact and not valued as much by the public and or not in line with what your goals are. Those may be areas in which you could consider curtailing services or potentially even stopping services. Obviously, that has its own set of analyses, but at least you'll have that data that gives you a feel for what that could be and what that could mean. And maybe ideas that would come organically from having that data available. I love the notion of talking about districts. Cemetery districts are certainly one of them. Looking at districts to do the repairs that the wastewater treatment plant have in front of it, maybe another application that we can look at. There's a number of ways that I think we really need to have hard and sincere conversations about in order to help mitigate not only some of the imbalances that we see, but some of the long-term vulnerabilities for long-term sustainability that we haven't been willing to address before. FY26 might be that time that we need to have those heartfelt, serious conversations. How do we use franchise fees more effectively, more strategically? That doesn't ring well for a lot of people because that usually means increased bills. But if we're going to maintain services, that could be one way we could do that. If we want to maintain partnerships, that could be one way to do that. We've talked about critical conversations that we need to have with 1%. I think we also need to have critical conversations in that discussion about where to push the envelope and so forth in the recreational subsidies. The other conversation that you need to have in partnership with that is whether or not we need to adjust the services that are available in those facilities to reconcile against the realities that those facilities have already at the front door. I don't know what that means, and I don't even want to say, because I don't want to see an article come out about what that idea could include. But that broad invitation of having that tough conversation needs to be extended, and I'm extending it now with regard to what the future looks like, those operations. They've got to reconcile eventually. And some of those are really tough. Maybe it's in the form of facility fees that we charge at Hogadon, or facility fees that we charge at the event center, which I think is within your capacity to do as well. I really hope that you'll let those wheels turn in ways that have been uncomfortable to see happen previously. I think those conversations need to happen. And they need to happen this year, this fiscal year. You know, debt is one too that we really haven't opened the box for. Revenue bonding is one thing that this organization has not had to consider in the past. But even if we find ways to build the police department for cash on hand and the fire department with ways that don't include debt, that doesn't end your capital needs by doing those two projects. Unfortunately, you still got a lot of other projects that need to occur. The way in which we use 1 cent more heavily relegated to streets, for example, say in the form of $40 million over 4 years, leaves a lot else out as far as what 1 cent could help with if it passes in November. So a lot of heavy conversations that need to be had. I think from a legislative standpoint, I think a door is being opened where I've heard some key legislators talk about taxation reform on a statewide basis. My hope is that Casper can be at that table and indeed perhaps take up a very vocal role in proposing what some of those ideas could include. certainly, I think the way in which sales tax is distributed from the state to cities and towns should be evaluated. And I think the legislature is willing to have the conversation, given what bills came around during the last legislative session, although they didn't pass. Hopefully they'll have a chance at passing again. I think the other conversation that needs to be had is the way in which gaming revenue is shared throughout the county. Those conversations need to be had, even though they'll be uncomfortable, right? I think conversations need to be had as it relates to the way in which above the cap revenue is defined from now on. Most of you don't even know what above the cap revenue is. And that's because that term has been lost to history with regard to how direct distribution actually came around as a feature of the state's budget and the city's budget, and most cities and towns in Wyoming. Those minerals and severances that are shared back to cities and towns ought to be evaluated in terms of the year 2000 levels that they were set at. We are 25 years down the road from that moment in time. I think that conversation should be had as well. So, from a reformation standpoint, those are some ideas that I would have you consider, as well as consider the voice by which you want to carry that water. Because I think Casper carries a big stick. Although when it's done in partnership with the other cities and towns, and the counties, hopefully, that stick becomes a lot bigger as far as gaining the attention of our legislature. We got to be thinking about that for this next legislative session, because that's when those discussions happen. And those are the thoughts that I would leave, Mr. Mayor, as we get into our new fiscal year and the endeavors that we try to accomplish with this budget proposal.
All right. Questions as we wrap up? Thoughts? Yep. Kyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Carter, for putting a nice capstone on the conversation. You mentioned at the very beginning the ability for us to, make some harder decisions based on the overlay of the priority-based budgeting kind of metrics over the top of the budget. I'm looking at our budget calendar. So it looks like next week we should expect a summary of the proposed budget published in our minutes, and we're setting the public hearing date for the 17th to have the public hearing on our budget. At what point do we, maybe I misheard or overlooked it, but at what point do we overlay kind of the priority-based budgeting model over the top of this, our incremental-based budgeting model that we've used historically? My understanding was that we were going to get an overlay of some kind of, throw over the top of this to see how it would change based on the priorities we've set. What do you see as far as priority-based budgeting go? What's the next conversation on that topic?
The next conversation that we will have as a group will be in June, right, Jill? Yeah. And so I wouldn't get dismayed, however, that product is not ready for tonight, because the fact is that product is meant to be a dynamic tool that you use not only for budgets as they come in the future, but with respect to all the budgeting decisions that you make throughout the period of a year. Not to mention also the strategic plan that you set from this moment forward, or I should say in June, when you get that tool completed in its full capacity to use against strategic planning, to use against budget planning, to use against capital planning, because hopefully it'll also incorporate citizen feedback that we are actively collecting right now. So it's not a one and done tool. It's a tool that you will use from here on out in all those phases that I just described to you. Utility rate planning. It has application in every one of those facets.
Okay. Follow-up question if I could. So does that mean, I guess next year when we're putting together our capital budget, I guess my expectation was that this would help us kind of even direct that sort of planning, like where are we spending on our capital budget based against the priorities that we set. Do you expect this process to look different next year as we further incorporate priority-based budgeting? Or is it, I guess, how do you see us using it in practice in the future?
I expect it to be an enhancement to what it is that we do right now. So while we won't really be talking about the budget and, you know, in the context that we do right now until next May, you will have had that tool available to you and the lens by which to view all the financing decisions that we make, including capital, including the strategic plan, including personnel directives and so on, through the lens of that analysis. So my answer is yes. And the discussions that we have here can go in whatever direction you might feel as a council person the priority-based budgeting analysis directs you. But at the end of the day, it's still a majority rules kind of approach. And, you know, staff needs to still put numbers together on a line item basis because we can't get away from that obligation regardless of what that analysis might indicate. When it comes to reconciling the general fund after November of 26, that analysis I think is going to be really helpful, you know, pertaining to services that are in the fund.
Okay. Other question?
I was hoping, as I was going through the budget, there are a few things that stood out to me, and I'm hoping you can provide a little bit of information about, you know, what we're looking at and what your take on it is. But this probably relates to some of that MCI discussion that we were having. But looking at a few things that just look like they've really skyrocketed. Workers' comp is up 40% across the organization, something like $250,000 in additional expense. Insurance, not so much health insurance, which I usually anticipate seeing large increases, which there were some, but insurance and bonds looks like $500,000 this year relative to last year. So that's 20% increase. Workers' comp is almost a 40% increase on average, it looks like. So I'm wondering if you can speak to that a little bit and kind of the impact that that's having. And also from a workers' comp standpoint specifically, well, and probably insurance too, you know, are those results of just increase in rates that we're seeing or increase in risk that we've incurred due to safety concerns or accidents or injuries or catastrophic failures or whatever might be in the mix there?
Yeah, you know, poor Tracy and Allison had to hear me blather about those increases quite a bit over the last several weeks. You didn't have to agree that wholeheartedly.
Blather is the word.
I used the term
Apparently,
blather. And so, yeah, you are picking up on something that internally we are frustrated with.
Yeah.
I don't even really like the property tax and liability, not property tax, excuse me, but the property coverage and liability going up either, which in my estimation are two separate things. But we have some experts here tonight that can walk us through a lot more of that detail. My response would be much more broad and general, if you don't mind me inviting Tracy and her team up.
I do not.
I'm not sure if we've had the opportunity to meet Allison yet either. Do you mind introducing?
Sure, this is Allison Ballard. She's our risk manager. She's been here, was it 5 months?
It started in February. So right at the beginning of the whole budget thing. So it's all very new to me. But Mayor, councilors, when it comes to the insurance portion specifically, we were actually originally quoted an increase of liability around almost 20%, and for property around 10%. And we actually, for property, were an increase around 5%, and then for liability around 10%. So we got a net of about 7%. And that's just because of how everything is going lately with the increased costs of repairs and replacements and all of that stuff, and the risk that insurance companies have to take on for us to be insured by them. And then just in general, even though we're kind of on par with claims as we have been previously, just again, those increasing rates on repairs, replacements, when it comes to labor, all of those things have tremendously increased recently. And we're just trying to kind of budget for the fact that there are a lot of unknowns when it comes to claims that are potentially going to be coming in place. We don't know how many vehicle accidents we're going to have, but we can kind of guesstimate based on the past fiscal years of what we have had, and then kind of an understanding of where we are at with the rate increases that we see. So that from a specific insurance liability, what we pay out on claims, and then what we've received back from our insurance premiums, and then our insurance reimbursements for that. But insurance premiums themselves, we netted about a 7% increase versus the almost 30% we were expecting. So that's a really amazing thing that our WARM, the Wyoming Association of Risk Management, has been able to help us with, is finding ways to help all of the municipalities that they insure kind of try to keep those rates down as much as they possibly can through reinsurance and all of that. When it comes to everything else, we did have those big things like the Sage Park and the Parks Pedestrian Bridge. So those also go into play with what we need to project for recoveries potentially and all of those things when it comes to the next fiscal year, along with just basic overviews of what other expenses when it comes to the insurance fund that we're going to be potentially seeing.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor, Council. So I am the city's rep on the WARM board. Tracy's the alternate and Allison attends. And she did a great job of explaining the situation. The couple things that I would just add is that WARM has investments and has benefited from the increased returns. And so we were able to convince the rest of the board to use some of those investment earnings to offset some of the premium increases, given the uncertainty around funding. That's one. Two, we're seeing statewide a lot of smaller municipalities and smaller governmental entities being dropped from private property insurance. And so we have seen an influx of applicants into WARM. And so it's interesting. We're going to continue to monitor it, but I think we're very fortunate to be part of the WARM pool. We do have that steady, property insurance where others can't even procure it. And I think some of the other, fluctuations is we've done a better job at valuing our assets and getting a true up cost, and for all the reasons that Allison said. So I think we've worked very hard to try to keep those as reasonable as we possibly can.
Deal with workers' comp too.
Yep. So workers' comp, the main way that they calculate that is a back period. And there were some very large claims between 2020 and 2022 that are still on our comp rates, essentially, that are kind of increasing that. Now, along with that, across the state, they're also seeing just an increase in general. I spoke with our representative, Tony, with Workforce Services, and they're seeing an average increase across the board of about 6%. And that's not including what your rates are based on injuries and all of those payouts that have increased that specifically. So hopefully, as we progress, because of the way the look back period is, within the next year or two, a lot of those really big ones will fall off. We are seeing a decrease in the cost rates of the injuries that we are currently seeing. So we're not having those high price ones, which is really amazing because that's going to help us in the future as we drop off those really big cases that we had.
If I could just add, the big cases, we're talking cancer, and there was a death. So
Please. So those are big ones, and ones that our safety program wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, sure. So having those, and then with our safety program that we have now, we're hoping to reduce going forward, because it's that rolling 3-year period. It's always rolling through.
Those are for me.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions specific to anything that was talked about? Anybody want to touch base with any of the staff that are here? Ask any questions to them. Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
So on a list of things for us to think about, I'd also like to add stormwater as part of that. And then 6 cent, I would be a fan of trying to advocate. I don't know exactly how it would work, but across the county, utilizing the 6 cent for infrastructure. Whether that's, they want to use it in Midwest Edgerton to replace water lines or that kind of infrastructure, or a fire truck. You know, bar none has indicated at Regional Water that they've got some different things coming up that they may need additional money, plus possible police department has been discussed in the past. Mills, I'm sure, has got needs for infrastructure in water in particular. Evansville, probably the same, plus they talked before about City Hall replacement. So I'd like for us to think about that. We've got needs, obviously, water and sewer long-term, but also other portions. And so I don't know what that would look like on the ballot, if it would be grouping of projects or just simply here's the total and versus a menu. I don't know the answer to that, but I just ask that as a council, we think about that.
Cheyenne does a good job of utilizing the 6 cent. With the mayor last week, he talked very highly of how that works, and Laramie County and Cheyenne are very supportive of that. It's a good tool.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Scrolling. Notes. Just 200 pages. It
So
shouldn't take.
tonight, we go through the 200 and some pages, or this was the overview. So if we've got questions line by line, now would be that. I've never been through this, so I apologize. So
yeah, so generally, so anytime during this, we get the, I want to say 30,000 foot view, but we get the highlight of the 200 pages. And then whatever specific questions that you might want to be able to draw out, whether it's staff, getting clarifications from staff or Carter, kind of looking at those things. I've seen both ways. I've seen where people want to go line by line. I've seen people do those things. And so it's up to council how much they want to ask. That's why we kind of put 4 hours aside for something like this.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, Amber.
I'm ready with another one. If
Go ahead.
I wanted to chat with Chief Black about the callback and call out pay. Seeing a pretty significant decrease in that, which I was just curious. I know we've made some efforts to improve our numbers through some grant opportunities, and part of the kind of trade-off for that was an anticipation that those expenses would decrease. So it looks like we're expecting that in the budget. So I just hope that you would be able to talk a little bit about how that's working within the department and what you're looking forward to in 26 for that.
Okay, so I only caught part of what you.
Call back and call out
Yeah.
pay. Is it working, or did our, the plan that we put in place to
It
address
is working,
staffing,
yes.
is bringing that number down?
I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe there was like a 33% reduction. So yeah, we are seeing a benefit to new hires in our new structure.
Great. And then same to you, seeing pretty large increase on the flip side in holiday pay. I was wondering if that was related to
That-
increase in number of holidays or what?
That's just the increased number of holidays and the increased number of
People?
personnel.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Yeah, that's what I assumed. But okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for Chief? Why he's up? Great. Okay, thanks, Chief. Anybody else? Yeah. Vice Mayor.
On the Ford Wyoming Center revenue, part of that is the naming rights for Ford.
Lou, do you want to come up? So, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, it sounds like you're asking, well, let me just ask, are you talking about in terms of what Ford Wyoming pays, or in terms of the other naming right efforts we've tried to pursue?
What Ford pays for the naming rights.
Okay. All right, gotcha.
Okay.
How much revenue do we get from that?
So generally speaking, total revenue for corporate sponsorships is just over $500,000 a year to the Ford Wyoming Center. Combined with ticketing revenue and all of that, they operate their operating fund, and then we have kind of a reconciliation at the end of the fiscal year where we receive funds after their given incentive if they qualify. In terms of the Ford specific agreement, I believe, I have to pull it up because I don't want to give you wrong numbers. It was a multi-year agreement, I believe 6 years in total, that I think was right around $1 million, but I would have to look and confirm that. I can tell you, however, that agreement is quickly coming up for renewal. And so we will be engaging in some conversations, and in fact, I've already started talking to OVG corporate sponsorship experts in what that could and should look like moving into the future.
Thanks, Mayor. 6 years, you're right, which should be this year then, right? This next fiscal year is our last year of that initial 6-year deal. And it looks like, at least based on this news story from 4 or 5 years ago, we should have expected 88,000 this year for naming rights.
Any other questions for Celine while she's up here? Yeah, Michael.
So do we, I don't recall seeing, did we see a similar graph document for the Ford Wyoming Center that showed the target and do we have that? We don't need to pull it up, but if you just send it to me, I'd be interested in seeing that. I know, I do get questions periodically about that, I know it's still a pretty heavily subsidized enterprise, I believe, and so just kind of how far are we off from the target there?
Mr. Mayor, to answer the question briefly here, we did not have a performance
Slide,
curve.
okay,
Yeah, so you did not
okay,
overlook it.
Okay.
Or miss it.
Okay.
Not a bad idea, however,
okay.
in
I
terms of
thought I had
demonstrating
seen
that
one
relationship.
in past years, but maybe I'm wrong.
We have certainly talked about the net operating loss that the city is obligated to cover.
Yeah,
And in this particular budget year, we're talking about $910,000, which is lower than the base, which we are obligated to pay every year if performance doesn't, calculate in our favor lower. And I believe that figure is 944?
994.
994, thank you.
Correct. So
the benchmark established as their net operating loss for the operation of the Fort Wyoming Center, 994,000. For this year, our net operating loss is budgeted conservatively at 910,000. The total anticipated subsidy investment for that fund of just under $1 million when you factor in insurance and things that we're obligated to cover for that.
Which should be captured in your budget message.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Nonetheless, though, I really like the idea of creating a performance curve like that.
Yeah.
If anything, to give you a view of how it's going with our relationship with OVG. Because frankly, I think it's that $1.9 million that we just referenced is representative of the average net operating loss that the city had when the city operated some 10 years ago or whatever. So in my estimation, we've had years that are better in terms of the amount that we've had to pay, which has been better than 910.
Yeah.
I do agree that that's probably a conservative estimate. I think we'll perform better, particularly when this new general manager gets his feet under him and starts to bring in acts that is of his volition.
Yeah.
But right now, 910 is not the best that we've done, to be completely candid. But I do think it will be better, and I love the demonstration idea. That's a good one.
Thanks for the information.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Suleim. I figured while we got you up here, I live over in the neighborhood of Buckboard Park, and I know I brought it up a couple months ago when we were doing like capital budgeting and stuff. I was having a hard time finding our like 5-year capital plan though. Do you know if Buckboard Park, you know, we have the Parks Master Plan, and I don't remember if that gave a like determination on Buckboard Park, but do you know if we plan on, we've talked about like increased lighting or potential repurposing of the area. Do you know where that's at on a timeline?
Mayor, Councilor, so as we left it, we did some homework. We had a lighting evaluation done of the park, and we now have some estimates. So that is a future conversation that we have to have with council to determine if you want to make that investment in Buckboard now or more closely align the recommendation with the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which I think was within a 5-year period of time.
Okay.
That will be direction that we will be requesting on whether we make the investment in the near future or we wait.
Okay, thanks. Well, I don't know if other counselors get the same emails I do. Maybe it's just because it's my ward, but at least, I don't know, once a month, once every other month, I get reports of, you know, kids driving their vehicles through the park, and I don't know how many people got this email, but I got one recently of people saying that it looked unkempt and dandelions everywhere. But then they followed up with an email, I think today, saying city crews were out there mowing, so they appreciated it. But I just know there's kind of a, you know, there's pressure, at least certainly from the people in the neighborhood. And maybe it's cooled down a little bit since, you know, the death of Lene Brown's been a little while, but it's definitely one that's still on my radar as like a park that I think deserves kind of a closer eye, a microscope. So we'll take a look at it maybe this next fiscal year since we have this lighting evaluation done and stuff. So, okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have another question. Okay, yeah, I have another question, but not for Suleim.
Okay. All right, thanks, Zulima.
Thank you.
Oh, you have a question for Zulima? Oh, sorry, Zulima.
Sorry. So on Marion Greiner Pool, which is like page 213, I was just curious, being it's going to be closed, why proportionately it's still got, you know, it's not projected for any revenue the way I read this, but well, I guess it does 32,000. But why the expenses are pretty close to maybe down 20%, some are down 75% on materials, but I just wondered if you had any thoughts, being it's going to be closed.
Mayor, Councilor, so we will incur some expense because we will operate the splash pad the entirety of the season this year. And then remember, pools open in June, which is still the last month of the fiscal year. And so we did have to, or wanted to, capture anticipated revenue for when we reopened the newly remodeled pool, likely at a higher rate if this body should support that. And then the operation of the splash pad and the expenses associated with that are all incorporated in this fiscal year budget, even though this season we see a closure.
Good. Anybody else? Okay. You're on.
All right, I have 3 PD related questions. First, Carter, you've mentioned this a few times. I think I understand it, but I wanted to give another chance to discuss it in the broader context of the budget that we're dealing with right now. We're looking at a $500,000 savings in anticipated prisoner care. I know you mentioned that was in part due to our diversion efforts and some other things, but I just hope that we're looking at the numbers right now. Is it all coming from diversion, or are there some other things at play here that are contributing to that significant reduction?
Broadly speaking, after having visited with the police department, certainly I think the diversion program is going to help us. There's other things that we've done in terms of the 12-hour holds and those sorts of things that were intended not only to aid the prisoner, if you will, but also achieve some budgetary relief in that line item as well. So we're hopeful that all those things combined, along with the work that the judges are doing, which is really good, and they're doing a great job, will net us a savings of $500,000 in that line item. I want to be clear, though, that was not a line item that we tapped to say, hey, chief, we need some savings in order to make up for property taxes. Can you give me a few here? That was not the conversation, because the chief and his folks still need to do their job. The judges still need to have that resource available in order to meet justice appropriately. Shane, do you want to add anything to that? Or?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor. One other thing is the cost per day went down from, I think it was 147 down to 139. Okay, so that stays that way. So that will help defray some of those costs. Certainly not 500,000, but with some of those diversion efforts in the 12-hour hold. CWCC coming and helping. Instead of taking somebody up to the detention center for something, they're up there. Get them the help they need.
Thanks. My next one is related to the sign-on bonus program that we approved not too long ago. Reading this correctly, it looks like there's some intention to use it in a relatively sparing way this coming fiscal year. Do you anticipate that being a program that continues, or do we feel like we've sort of bridged the gap and are now in a position where we don't need that tool anymore?
I think we're getting close to where we could probably walk away from that tool, staffing.
And then the last is related to SROs. It looked like our expense, or well, really our reimbursement coming from the school district was the same as last year, despite the fact that anticipating that many of our expenses have gone up related to that program. So I was hoping for a reminder. I know we have a contract with them. Is it, there's no escalator built into that contract over the term, maybe 3 years that we've signed? I can't remember. Is that correct? Or do we expect the expense related to that program to actually be stagnant?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I would say it's expected to be stagnant, more so than having an escalator attached to it.
Or expense, or their reimbursement to us?
Their reimbursement to us.
Well, sure, yeah, but
So
what's our expense?
Our expense is going up.
Okay.
So the relationship with that is becoming disproportionate in favor of the district, not in favor of the city. And so that may be something we need to readdress over the next fiscal year in order to get that balance more appropriately, budgeted.
Yes.
So
I would like to see that.
When when does that contract come up for renewal?
Mr. Mayor, it still has some life to it.
Yeah.
And so we would need to incorporate a clause that would suggest a reopening of those conversations on an interim basis, more so than waiting to the end of that contract to occur. And without a doubt, if council would like that to happen, that would be my advocacy. Because it is becoming disproportionate in terms of what essentially the city is subsidizing, if you will, in support of that program, albeit a very good and effective program.
Any other questions for the chief? Thanks, chief.
Thank you.
Questions, clarifications?
I really, commend staff for everything. It's a tremendous line by line budget. If you want to delve into it, I am a little worried about some of the increases on revenue anticipated. I don't know if we would get there in some of the departments, and then it appeared to me another line item kind of across the board was office supplies, and those kind of things were diminished pretty well, which concerns me because it takes supplies to run the organization for sure, but especially somebody like me that likes paper.
And
Yeah.
in the attorney's office.
Mr. Mayor, if I can respond just to Harry. If indeed you have concerns with revenue projections, however, that is fair game to talk about, honestly. We've tried to be super conservative with regard to the revenues that had any elasticity to them. And without a doubt, we feel like we have some basis for why we suggested that some of the other revenues could be projected a little higher. So if council wants to unpack that a little bit, I'm very open to that, particularly while we have our team here.
So I started writing down pages and my concerns, and it got way too tedious. So I'm just in talking in general. The only specific was Marion Kreiner.
Yeah.
But I am not here to, frankly, I'm not going to micromanage what this budget is substantial and complex, and I think put together very well and very fairly. So I'm fine going line by line. So.
Mr. Mayor, just to add a little color to that too, if you don't mind, for those of you that are new to this process, of which Mr. Sweeney, you acknowledged you were one of them, what the process includes is that of the finance team working with the department heads and division heads to get general submissions made and deal with some of the broad inconsistencies before I sit down with all the department heads. And when I sit down with the department heads, we take open this book and we go page by page, line by line, talk about expenses and revenues everywhere from a few $100 to a few $100,000 to a few $1,000,000. It sounds incredibly tedious. I get it, and it is. And don't want you to think it's a micromanaging aspect of work that I do, but rather work that we do as a team to go through the logic and the basis and the goals and objectives that each of the divisions and cost centers have. But it literally does include every page and every line being evaluated as a team, with respect to whatever team is involved, of course, that is being presented for the final document that you have in front of you. So if there are, 350 pages, that means there's probably several thousands and tens of thousands of lines of text as a part of that book that I can assure you we go through individually, so that you can have some assurance that somebody is looking at those lines individually and separately, because that is what we do. So you don't have to, basically, if that helps.
Can I get Amber? Then I'll
Yeah,
get
go ahead,
you.
I'm sorry.
I might be backtracking, so if yours is more related to that, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right, well, I wanted to talk a little bit, coming back to some of the significant changes we've made due to the decreased property tax revenue. I said I didn't need Zulema, but I lied, or it might be Randy. We're seeing a 50% hit to part-time seasonal staff in parks, to accommodate that revenue decrease. And I seem to remember, came onto council in 2020. And so I seem to remember in that early time where we had to reduce fertilizing and care of our turf during COVID, because we were trying to save money. I seem to remember coming out of that, there were some expenses related to sort of bringing it back up to snuff, because the grass was, not in as good a shape as it would have been had we continued to care for it to our normal standard. And so I do have concerns that, over time, that savings becomes a liability to us, because we've got turf area, grassy area that now needs a bunch of rehabilitation in order to get back to whatever standard we might want it to be at. And so I was wondering if folks from Parks could speak to any concerns around that particular issue, sort of the longer term impacts. So should this be carried on, this sort of practice of saving these 7 part-time employee positions, should that be carried on for the next 3, 5, 8 years? What you anticipate the longer term impacts to those parks to be, and what types of costs we might have to incur in order to bring them back, should we be in a financial position to do that at some point?
Mayor, Counselor, thank you for that question. So the short answer is, absolutely. The longer we sustain reduced maintenance, the higher the cost to restore the turf areas will be. Certainly healthy turf requires less maintenance in terms of weed prevention, less irrigation. Across the board, you improve maintenance costs when the turf is healthy. And so the fact that we're going to reduce irrigation to most parks this season will certainly have an impact. We're hoping for continued rain throughout the season, but hope isn't a great strategy. So we're trying to figure out how to navigate that. And, so some of it is going to be following the recommendations of the Parks and Rec Master Plan and naturalizing some of the areas that they've recommended that we naturalize, and just letting that turf go to its natural state and enjoying a different kind of park experience in those areas. Some of it will be maintaining the life of the turf until we hopefully get to a position where we can restore it. But part of the cuts this year were also to fertilization, again, cost of materials to fertilize, and then staff to apply that treatment. And so, yes, in the long term, we certainly are concerned about the impacts that will have, but we're struggling to reconcile what we have for budget and staffing and services that we need to provide. So our best and see what next year brings.
Yeah, I think I'd be very interested in in following that. So with your dramatically reduced part-time staff, I'm hoping that you can still keep a close eye on the impacts that it is having, so that we're not putting ourselves in a precarious position down the road of needing to invest a lot, being put in the positions like, well, we either decommission this park or we need to spend XYZ to get it back to being usable by the community again. So any information or updates you can provide to us as we go through the next fiscal year and into the others would be super helpful, I think.
Yeah, we will do our best utilizing our turf and urban forestry experts to see the impact that maintenance reduction has, and try to extrapolate the cost of that reduction in the long term. To Councilor Gamroth's point, and some concerns that he's seen on Facebook about mowing, we always struggle this time of year because most of our seasonal staff is high school or college age students, and we don't get them until June generally. But this year it will be even more impactful because we're not getting 7 that we would normally have for park maintenance. And so mowing will be reduced. There's many parks that will only get mowed every other week instead of every week. And so people are going to experience areas of overgrowth, and if you have overgrowth, the weeds look worse, and we're prepared to manage that, but we will be tracking very closely to see the impacts, to understand where the complaints are coming in primarily and adjusting. We went through as a team and tried to be very strategic about the locations where we're cutting back the most and the least, depending on the use of the park, new investments that have been made in the park. All of those things were taken into consideration, and that will be adjusted as the season goes on and we see the impacts. But
Mr. Mayor, if I might add, don't underestimate either the impact that neglecting special areas will have on your customer experience in our community. We are curtailing that work as well, and it's not going to be pretty like it normally is, and that is directly tied to the lack of revenue and the ability to be able to do it. The part-time staff is one area where special areas, that is, they focus. So please don't be surprised to get those calls. I've already gotten one, and we're hardly even into the season. Sounds like you are too. That will get worse, I promise you. By the time August rolls around, it'll be a hue and cry.
We will send them appropriately to the ones that maybe made those tax cuts. I'm being completely and dead honest, because this is the ramifications that we're facing. And I made that comment, speaking to our staff, that I made those comments, especially on my Facebook message. And the ones that wanted that for the whatever, I'm not going to go any further because it makes me very upset. Anyway, Amber.
I mentioned this to Carter a little bit. You might not like the idea, and you might not either, and the community might not like it. Probably call me the Grinch, but I know we're saving like 10,000 in holiday lighting, reduced holiday lighting at Commonwealth Park. I would be in favor of eliminating that entirely, in favor of moving that funding to help us with turf, because that doesn't have a potential cost impact to us later. If we don't do that program for 1-2 years, it doesn't end up costing more on the back end, like neglecting turf could potentially. So I'll throw it out. I love it. I've been to the ceremony every year. It is pretty, just like the special areas. It brings a lot of nice ambiance, but to me, that creates less of a cost liability to us than producing, fertilizing / watering and things like that in our turf areas.
Mr. Mayor, we'll put together an estimate as far as what that entails, and in the absence of another entity that would be willing to take that on, give you a feel for what that looks like.
Yeah, and what it equals in terms of what then is the impact.
Can we do with
parks.
it? Yeah. No problem.
Council okay with that?
Ooh, I don't want to get on board with
Listen, I didn't say.
I can already tell.
Tell me, make sure that says
I'm all in.
the byline.
You can say it's my idea. That's all right. That is okay with
No,
me.
but I'm
Banning
gonna say
Christmas.
this though, and I think where Amber's coming from, I think having to look at everything, remember we had this conversation at the beginning, that nothing is off the table, and that we're gonna have to have these hard conversations where we can sit and say, when there's a less revenue coming in, well, we can hope and, wish in one hand and spit in the other and see which one we're gonna end up with.
Yeah.
And that is a hard conversation, that you can say that. And I agree with Amber that those are the hard conversations that we're gonna have. And we just need to be transparent and open to the community. Sorry, I know there's a couple people in the queue.
Mine's a follow-up to what Amber.
Okay,
asked.
Michael, I know you're still waiting too. Go ahead.
Does yours have to do with landscaping? Okay. I'll go then. We talk about all like cutting the costs and things and help fertilizing and all that. Have we meaning you, Parks, have you explored the option and the benefits of xeriscaping, a lot of them? Because I mean, yes, it's not going to be green and beautiful like we are used to without the weeds and all of that, but there's also a new way to be pretty in the form of being sustainable with xeriscaping, where it's going to reduce the fertilization, the pesticide use, the manpower. It's something that we could do with what we have at the landfill as well, mulch, soil amendments, things like that. There's other alternatives that bigger desert cities do who are deprived of water that are still beautiful. Is that something that we could maybe think about, or I don't know if maybe there was a cost analysis already done with different type of turf replacements that they have where we're not maintaining grass, but we're doing something in more of a sustainable way.
Fantastic idea.
Well, I've been saying it for a while.
Kyle
has two. Yeah. Oh, I haven't.
So-
You missed it. You weren't on
So
council.
we have evaluated certain areas where we believe that it makes sense to go to a less irrigation intensive, xeriscaping or similar. And certainly continue to evaluate those areas. The challenge in Casper is that the wind blows. And so those plantings generally catch a lot of trash. So then the flip side is that you still have maintenance in cleaning up the litter in those areas, as opposed to turf, which while is expensive to irrigate, it's actually pretty it's not very labor intensive. It's pretty quick to run a mower over a turf grass area and not have to get around, extra plantings or, worry about litter and trash collecting in areas because it blows and catches on those plantings. And so we have evaluated it. We will continue to evaluate it and look where that makes sense. And certainly horticulture trends change all the time. And so I think there's options out there for us to look at certain things.
And another one too, and I'm sure you have too, is native plants. They're very drought tolerant to the area, and I know a few nurseries maybe locally, but also up north that specialize in native things. So I mean, for your areas that you're talking about, letting them go wild or back to the natural state, maybe adding those wildflowers and stuff into it. It'd still be, like I say, pretty and still attract all the birds and bees and everything else, but more of a natural.
Sagebrush really isn't that
Have you seen yucca plants? Those are amazing trash collectors.
So Michael's been waiting for quite a while, and I went.
I'm ready. I was gonna go ask a question of Chief Black.
Oh, okay. So why don't we go ahead and table for a minute? No. Do you want to go? You've been waiting.
If we're done with recreation.
Do we have a couple more people with recreation? So, okay, go ahead, Pat.
So my concern, xeriscaping isn't very good in the middle of a soccer field. In my opinion. And, but like there was looked like a major soccer event down at the complex this weekend. that brought a lot of people into town. It appeared that way. Have we mapped out what's going on through the summer as far as those tournaments, so that whether it's, Little League or Crossroads or any of those parks, that we're not letting down those groups? I'm highly concerned about that as far as the tourism angle and bringing revenue to the city.
Mayor, Counselor, we are acutely aware that we want to put our best foot forward anytime there's large community events happening here, because the tourism economy in this community is really important, and sports tourism drives that quite a lot. We're happy to say that in city-owned athletics facilities, we're seeing about a $9 million economic impact a year from summer sporting events, and that includes soccer, softball, baseball, those kinds of events. And so what we have done is calendared all of those big events where we're bringing large groups of people into the community, and tried to organize with volunteer groups and staff to really clean up those areas. And that includes some of our lease facilities where we've told our leaseholders, we're going to be limited in what we can provide this year, but if you have a big event coming to your facility, let us know and we'll try to rally staff to make improvements. And even within our own internal staff, we've already been doing that. For instance, it was a Memorial Day holiday. That's a big holiday for our cemetery. And so we're down seasonals in cemetery as well, because they are part of the general fund. And so, that supervisor put out a call to all Parks and Rec staff and said, if you can spare people, we'd like to spruce up the facility. So we are very aware. We've got a calendar of the large events, and we'll do our very best. CNFR is top of that list in terms of really doing our best to clean up the community before those events come to town. We won't always hit the mark 100%, but we're doing our very best.
Thanks, Pat. That's a good question. Comment. Kyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't know if I guess I don't know who to ask on this one, but kind of in light of Councilor Pollack's comments about, needing to make hard decisions and stuff, maybe this is bad timing because I believe our meeting is tomorrow afternoon on this topic, but I saw we have community promotions still budgeted for 25,000. And in my opinion, if we're looking to save a few $1,000s, community promotions is absolutely on the table for me. So I didn't know if the exercise we're going through tomorrow, is that allocating funds we had budgeted this current fiscal year, or is it allocating next?
I think it will be for this coming fiscal year. I'm not sure how that cycle went, if we front loaded it with an investment of $25,000.
Community promotions or? Okay. Sorry, it was maybe a Carter conversation.
Yes, it's for this next fiscal year.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't really want to pull the rug out from under 12 hours before.
On the day of, yeah, that's what I mean.
But next fiscal year, if we're still having these conversations, then I think we should look at those.
Go ahead, Fleur.
That money is in kind, however, so we budget 25,000, we pay it to Visit
That's true. We
Casper,
did make that
but they
change.
pay it back to us for in kind.
That's true. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Fleur.
Yep.
Anybody else have any?
Related in that our facilities are the ones that
Yeah.
provide.
That's why I thought of you. But
Yeah.
Anything else for Emer? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Michael.
Sure. So yeah, this was for Chief Black, I think it's. So in the fire EMS budget, Chief, I was just looking at there was a pretty substantial increase in the cost of safety equipment and supplies. Again, I'm just want some context there about a pretty substantial increase there from like 40,000 last year to 100,000.
So we're going from, let's see here, 8,000 to 100,975.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of that is attributed to the supply chain and all the increases with inflation that we're experiencing. our call volumes are increasing, so we're going through more gloves, more face masks, everything. The prices have all increased. We've got a few different things that we're gonna have more earplugs, more hearing protection, things like that, and we were lacking. So we're just trying to catch up and stabilize all of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that was all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you. Any others? Carter, just need to take a quick break. Anything else? All right. Perfect timing, Carter. There was like 10 questions. There's 10 questions for you. Pat wanted to go line by line on a couple things.
That would be okay.
Oh my gosh. No, there's no more questions.
Okay.
So anything people want to do, talk about agenda review for next week, anything like that?
I just want to thank the staff again for being here, for the time on this, and for all of the expertise you provide to help us understand this and deliver the information back to constituents. So thank you to everybody here tonight and those who aren't here for such a easy product for us to work with, relatively easy. I mean, it was 200 something pages in addition to your 27-page memo, but basically easy. Basically easy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the whole council is appreciative of you guys and the work that you're doing, and we're very blessed to have an amazing staff. Does that and a great leader, so we appreciate you guys a lot. Okay, so 8:30, if you have something really major, council roundtable, I thought maybe we'd give a gift to the staff to get them out of here a little early, because they've been doing and grinding.
I'm good.
Okay. So let's let you guys get out of here a little early so you can get home to your families.
A little early.
Thanks for being here.
Just about right on time.